Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are. We are here once again with this very, 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 very intriguing little tale. I'm feeling kind of excited today. I don't know. A little bit more energetic than the usual. Just by a smidge, though. By a smidge. A teeny bit. A little itty bitty amount. Not a lot has happened today. Not a lot, really. I woke up once again and did that thing that I do sometimes where I just turn off my alarm and go back to sleep. I don't know why. I think it may have been due to the fact that I kind of fell asleep a little later than usual, so my brain was just kind of like, hey, EP time again. and so I woke up a little around 2 hours later than I usually want to wake up these days. That's fine. It'll happen every now and again. Nothing I can really do about that except, well, I guess I could, just lock in and just awaken instead of just getting up, turning off my alarm, and then going back to sleep. To be fair, I was very cold, and by that I mean that it was cool enough in my room that like the fan was blowing on me, and I was just like, man, I can't sleep for like an extra 15 minutes. It was not in fact 15 minutes, it was more than 15 minutes, but hey, what has happened has happened. What has happened has happened. I've also been feeling rather libidinous lately as well. I've been feeling all over the place, a little too damn energetic in certain ways. So well, I hope that showed the fuck out by now. I don't know why I was feeling like that like an hour and a half ago, but I was. No interesting news as of late. I was looking at some programs here and there to see whether I wanted to use them for, because there's a lot of PNG programs out there, maybe like roughly 3 main ones, and I was interested in one of them, but it kind of seemed a little bit on the heavier side, so I was checking out another one that seems more chill, with more light is the word I was gonna use. More light on your PC and whatnot. I was also wondering whether I should go Femlotto mode today, or whether I should just remain as I am. Fumaro, perhaps? Fumaro. I think I'll go Fumaro mode. There we have it. Fumaro! Anyways, folks, as always, this story, heavy themes, heavy stuff, crazy stuff. So check the link in the description for any warnings and trigger related things. That's, your prerogative. You should go check that if you know you've got a thing or two that is rather uncomfortable for you. I have been thinking about maybe uncensoring, like turning the censor off. Maybe. Mayhaps. For now, I'll leave it on. I'll take the opinions of whatever chatter comes in here. Let us begin from the point in time, which was here. And what was we doing? Right, we had just landed onto the beaches of the Kingdom of Orlam. I don't know what else to call it. I'll just call it the Kingdom of Orlam. And from what I remember, we had escaped the townsfolk, who were, I suppose, probably not really mind-controlled, but, what's the phrase I want to look for? Maybe I can't go Fumaro, because that kind of switched up the screen a little bit. Oh, whatever. What was I saying? Right. I forgot. Right, we were at the town. We had escaped the town where Gidget was. Gidget, her will is surely manifested through the town, as she wanted Iggy, and the town therefore went after Iggy. And after that whole little John Dere scenario, we skedaddled out of there with Gunzo. We almost forgot about Iggy almost getting his eyes popped out. That was kind of, well, she didn't really push all that far, I think, but she was kind of getting there to the point that he started bleeding from his eyes. Then we got on the boat. We sailed away into safety, quote unquote safety, being the ocean, or the lake, I should say, and landed here again at where the castle is at. Well, the beachside part of the town, I suppose, and then more uphill is the castle itself. Genzo was gonna say something, probably a confession of some sort, but then backed out on that. Understandable. Things get wild, but so far, we're here. We're now deciding to go into town to see if we can find anywhere to rest, just like in the last loop. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna go also wrong. We're gonna go into the castle, or maybe we'll hang around town a little longer, theoretically. I'm unsure. We may just get caught again rather swiftly. These are rabbits we're talking about, rabbit people, so they have higher senses in the ears and the nostrils than our fellow men here. Maybe. I mean, I don't see any point in hanging around the town other than maybe trying to talk to the people anyways, which I don't think we'll get much information out of them. We gotta remember not to eat the food. No cannibalism, please. That would be kind of cool if we did not incidentally partake in that. Just over the hill is a small dirt path. It curves around a few fishing shacks before gradually morphing into a cobblestone road that leads towards the castle town we saw from the boat. It's eerily quiet, though, and I don't spy a single soul besides the two of us. Even the fishing shacks looked abandoned, some of them standing with their doors wide open while others are completely boarded shut. Hey, free housing. The whole place looks deserted. Are we the only ones here? But Genzo is already a good couple of yards ahead of me. I'm not sure if he doesn't hear my comment or just doesn't acknowledge it. I jog to catch up. I notice him start to walk just a bit faster. He doesn't look at me. I shoe on the inside of my cheek with a frown and simply fall into step behind him. Now, at least it doesn't take long. Why is he just scurrying ahead, What's wrong? What's wrong? What is wrong? Genzo. Dearest Genzo. Okay, that does. Wow, okay, so if I want to switch up my face, I have to make sure it's my button layout that I have for Fumaro just so happens to switch the sizes of the screen, which is fine. I'm pretty sure if I do it while OBS is open, then we're good to go. I gotta remember that if I want to switch up faces during, reading and whatever, well, I guess I can't really do it while I'm reading if I'm Fumaro. Whatever, it's fine. I'll just smile awkwardly throughout any uncomfortable situations. Yeah, at least it doesn't take long. Soon we make it to the town proper. What does this remind me of? God dang, some European place. It's one specific one. Amsterdam, that's the one that my mind was conjuring up. You can't hear it right now, but it is raining in the game. Or at least it sounds like there's water. There are more buildings here. And cozy cottages and apartments, quaint storefronts, airy cafe areas, and in the middle of the main square, a fountain tinkling away. Right, the fountain is the thing making a sound. But it's equally as deserted as the fishing shacks. Nothing and no one is in sight. Damn, this place is a ghost town. There's gotta be someone here. Maybe we should, split up. Yeah, split up and look. Not too sure that's, I'm uncertain that is a great idea. But we trust Genzo in this house. In Genzo we trust. And I don't say anything for a moment. Then... What? My voice crackles with a squawk. There's not even anybody here. I'll be fine. It'll be fine. Besides, it'll take us forever to search this whole place if we don't. I guess? Genzo's very much trying to get some space, I imagine, to sort out himself. Which is why he's suggesting we split up. Not the best idea, considering what we know, but they don't know. Or I guess they maybe do kind of know. Sorta, maybe, a little bit. But they don't remember yet. They don't get that gut feeling. Okay, cool. Give me a shout if you find someone. And he's off. I just stand here, watching him scuttle away. Sure. Okay, I say to the empty air. I frowned and scraped my feet over the cobblestones. Did I do something wrong? I tried to replay our previous conversations in my head. I must have said something. Something really awkward, maybe. It wouldn't be the first time. But the idea that Genzo wouldn't want to be around me makes it feel like there's a big cold stone just sitting smack in the middle of my gut. I give my hair a flurried tussle and let out a groan. I'm overthinking this. I should go search the town. And the sooner we find someone, the sooner we get to rest, even if only for a bit. And so I wander off toward the nearby buildings. Hello? I peek my head into what looks like a deserted cafe. Anyone home? I step inside. The door clunks shut behind me. It suddenly feels incredibly quiet. I poke out my bottom lip with a bemused glance about the premises. It's a cute cafe. Or at least it would be if it weren't dark and eerily deserted. I let myself amble about. I let myself amble somewhat aimlessly around the main dining area, almost as though making a show of searching for someone. But clearly my heart isn't really in the search. I sit down at one of the tables instead. Man just said, I got too much to think about right now. I gotta think. I gotta have a moment. I rest my shin on my hands. Maybe he's really annoyed at me. You know, at least if we're here in the cafe and the rabbits come about marching as they do, we can hide in the employee area. I doubt they're gonna come in here, considering they should probably know that nobody really hangs out here anymore. Yeah, assuming these places are even in business with the whole food shortage, which you wouldn't really think there'd be a food shortage in a fantasy world, a little Wonderland place, but I suppose maybe artificial problems occur because Orlam wants to be king, and being a king means having responsibilities and whatever, and his way with dealing with that is cannibalism. I suppose it's effective, but not the most ethically sourced way of finding food. Maybe he's really annoyed at me. I wouldn't blame him. I annoy myself all the time. I pause. Blink. I'm still thinking about him? What's wrong with me? You're gay. I mean, that is the answer. An answer, I should say. One of two. I've never been so hung up on something like this in my life. Or someone. Yeah, first time. It's like that. Is that meme? I forget what movie it's from. It might be Pirates of the Caribbean where the guys are getting hung and the other guy's just like, first time. And I tap my finger idly on the marble surface of the table. It's true, my feelings towards Genzo are difficult than my feelings towards others. I feel very safe around them. Like I belong. Somehow. It's the same thing I thought earlier, back in his shop. Being around him doesn't sap me of energy like it does with the others. And when he smiles at me, it makes me happy. Happy? It makes me fucking ecstatic. I groan and rub at my face. I don't like this. I don't like this one little bit. Why can't I have normal feelings like a normal fucking human being? Well, that's the funny thing, pal. These are normal feelings like a normal fucking human being. Everyone else in the entire world seems to have figured out this shit already. A sound outside catches my attention. And just as I turn my head, it grows from a lone clatter to a veritable cacophony. What the? I jolt from my chair, heart quickly leaping into overdrive. Then run toward the door, ear to the grain. The sounds continue. A scuffle of some sort, then abruptly come to a stop. I keen my ears, fingers trembling nervously against the wood of the floor. The door, sorry, not the floor. The wood of the door. Okay, you've got me, I surrender. Right, Genzo's out there, I forgot. Who are you? You don't look like one of the citizens here. Whoa, easy on the goods. I like it rough, but not that rough. Disgusting human. I'm taking you in. His Majesty will love playing with you. Genzo. I react before my brain has a chance to register what I'm doing. I storm straight out the door. Genzo! Only to instantly blank. Genzo being held aloft in the middle of the street by a duo of rabbit guards. Extremely tall rabbit guards. And at my brazen entrance, all three sets of eyes turn toward me. I mean, look at how they're lifting our boy up. Look at how short he looks being lifted up like this. And I'm pretty sure he's like, not that short. He might be a little bit on the shorter side, but he's not that short. Let me look at the page. He's 5'1", like an inch or two lower than me. And bro's like, hoisted up. Hoisted. Who's this one? Scrawny little guy, ain't he? Genzo's face has gone white. That's, Then he seems to get an idea. But boys, yoo-hoo, you better watch out, I'm getting away. He begins to wriggle and tug against the rabbit's grip. You can't say you're getting away while you're still in their grip, my guy. That is not how this works. Stop that wriggling. 284, would you give me a hand? You know, I really wish you would just call me Jerry. Okay, that was a little funny. Both rabbits turned their attention back to Genzo. I can only imagine this was supposed to be some kind of distraction so I could run away. Oh, you can only imagine? But fuck that. I'll head on a swivel. I search my environments for something long and hard. I'm sorry. The joke was right there, okay? The joke was right there. I almost made it. I stopped myself halfway. You know, I may be a god, but I still find it humorous to make such jokes, okay? Anyhow, I don't know how this man is gonna plan to fight two probably 6 foot something tall guards in funny armor that probably doesn't fit him right, considering it's in the shape of cards, but, you know, it's still just full plates, essentially. The only thing that's not exposed, or sorry, the only things that are exposed, I imagine, legs, arms, heads. Long and hard. What can be long and hard? I mean, you can whack them with a stick, but they also have spears, so whatever's long better be longer than theirs, okay? Like, and, you know, considering they're 6 foot something, their spears are probably 7 feet in total, or a little bit taller than that, since a good spear should be about half a foot taller than you are, at least for your size, for your height. We can be taller, though. There's been longer spears. My gaze lands on a rake leaning up against the side of the cafe. Perfect, is it though? I grab it and let out a roar. Then charge. Ooh. The rabbits never see it coming. I whack them across their shoulders, their backs, their legs. Again and again and again and again. One whip-like lash after the next. Until my breath is run ragged and my voice hoarse. And then, when I finally pause to admire my handiwork, I see both of them just staring down at me in confusion. None of the worse for wear. I told you this wasn't gonna work. I mean, look at the thickness of the rake versus the thickness of the goddamn spears they have. Their spears are thick. It's freaking number 2 over here with the red seems more confused and like annoyed than Forrest. I feel like this one is more like, damn, he actually tried that. I ain't never in my career seen this happen before. Looking ass rabbit. Even Genzo is eyeballing me as though I've just sprouted a second head. Shit. I readjust my grip on the handle of the rake. I have to try again, buddy. It's over, okay? Like, listen, you gave it a shot, and although I am very much impressed, not that much, but you know, what's the word I'm trying to use? I admire your attempt, but clearly it's not working. I have to raise. I raised the rake back over my head, above my head, only for the nearest rabbit to swap me across the back with the flat side of his spear. The impact sends me straight to the ground. Damn, these fellas strong. I last about a second after my skull hits the cobblestone, then blackout. Well, at least you tried. Would have gone for something more blunt and heavy, like a stone. I doubt there would have been a sledgehammer nearby, but that would also do good against the armor at least. Don't know against them, they could just be supernaturally strong. We know we can at least outrun them in theory, which is a little surprising, considering their height and, you know, the animal type. Well, we can't outrun him. I forget that we only outran one rabbit before because he got his spear stuck in like a tree. Forgot about that. So technically, still, I don't think we can outrun him. I'm awoken from my stupor by the slap of marble against my face. I groan. A tendril of drool works its way down between my lips to tickle the tile. Iggs! A voice hisses next to me. And when I barely sit up, I see Genzo with his arms held behind his back by one of the rabbit guards. One of the many rabbit guards. My eyes widen as I attempt to comprehend our situation. There's a whole circle of them surrounding us. And past them, the rooms open up into gigantic halls with ceilings that reach for the sky. I can only stare up in awe as I try to massage away the residual pain in my jaw. Iggy, Genzo hisses again, then tugs against the grip in his arms with a grunt. Let me go, you overgrown Easter bunny! He manages to wriggle free with one last zealous heave and promptly faceplants on the floor. Apparently the guards don't actually care at this point because they don't try to re-grab him. I mean, They got him surrounded, and they are all very clearly a lot more physically capable than the average man. Hello, go back! Go back! Go back! Hail to thee, Viewbot. Welcome. I will tell you, as always, what you missed. Basically, we went into town from the docks, or I should say the the fishing town area of the town. Went into the town proper. Genzo here was being a little distant, and then he was like, let's split up. Once we got to the actual town, he was like, let's split up. And then we did, despite Iggy being kind of confused. Iggy went to a cafe to check inside, half-heartedly searching for anybody. Because, you know, the town, everybody's hiding, and they don't know that they're hiding, so he's just like, they decide to split up. Iggy goes into a cafe, contemplates some stuff, is feeling emotions, because he's like, oh, I'm thinking about Genzo. I'm thinking about Genzo. Why can't I just be a normal human being who has this shit figured out? Because, you know, it's kind of getting, you know, clear that they are both into each other. And Iggy feels safe and belonging and all that jazz when he's with Genzo. And then he is interrupted by the sound of thrashing and fighting outside, and then he goes to check, and guess who's there? Genzo, getting picked up by the guards. And then Genzo tries to distract the rabbits so that Iggy can run away. But what does Iggy decide to do? Iggy is like, fuck that, I'm a fight for my boy. And he picks up a rake, starts whacking the guards. It absolutely does nothing. The guards just look at him for a second and then just kind of whack him with their spear. And he falls to the ground, gets knocked out, and now we're here in the halls of the castle. And that's as far as we've gotten, so yeah. Thanks, Plush Lottle. It's Foo Model to you. I am a marketable plushie. Iggs, you okay? He asked with a shake of his head before crawling over. The big lugabug whooped you a good one. Whopped you, I think he said, right? Hold on, let me reread that. The big lugabug whapped you a good one. I rubbed the side of my head. I think so? Just a little out of it. I tossed another glance around at our surroundings. Where are we? That big eyesore of a castle we saw on the way up. Somebody's clearly compensating for something with this place. Genzo's smile falls, then returns, then falls again. Yeah, Genzo's feeling not to himself. Foo Model, Plush Lottle, doesn't matter. You're still jar-sized. Excuse me? Do not put me in a jar. I will have you hung from the rafters, or sent into the bronze bowl, whichever you prefer. And falls again. He scratches at the hair beneath his cap. You, attacked a 7-foot-tall rabbit with a broom for me. Okay, they're 7 feet. I thought they were like 6 something. Nah, they're 7 foot. Makes more sense now that I think about it. Bronze bowl, please. Roger that. The classics. Gotta love them. I stop. Stare at him. Feel my cheeks start to burn. It was a rake. Actually. Oh, right. Attention! The sudden screech from behind us nearly sends my hands to my ears. And the rabbits pull a quick oh my goodness words. Give me a moment. The rabbits pull a quick, synchronous salute that echoes off the walls. There we go. It's quiet for a moment. Then, the clapping of sheiks. From the far hallway, a small figure emerges, clapping its hands together slowly. That was quite a show you put down in the village. How do you know? You weren't there. Me to the judge at a court session? It's Orlam. Fucking Orlam. Sporting a gaudy as fuck crown, a red velvet cape with a white and black fur, and escorted on either side by a pair of over-embellished rabbit attendants. My jaw drops nearly to the floor. I'm surprised there's no mention of their gender. I'm just saying, Orlam seems like the type of guy that would definitely get himself some rabbit baddies if he could in this scenario. Maybe all the rabbits are dudes, that's why. Genzo wobbles to his feet, and I see him trying his hardest not to laugh. Well, that explains the aura of pretentious dickhead dripping off the walls of this place. Orlam's the king? Doot doot doot! As pleasant a mouth as always, I see. But what it doesn't explain is why the fuck you sent your long-eared flunkies after us. Do you even know how many times those things have tried to kill us? But Genzo, dear, they're only doing their duty. That doesn't fly these days anymore. Orlam oozes over and loops an arm around Genzo's shoulders. Their constant surveillance is essential to the smooth operation of this kingdom. After all, we wouldn't want any miscreants running amok down here now, would we? He gives Genzo's nose a sardonically affectionate squeeze at this. Genzo looks about 50 shades of uncomfortable. I guess not. Besides, I'm a busy man. I can't keep track of everything my men do out there. I mean, you could tell him to, like, stop tweaking out, and you should probably do some psychological tests on a couple of them. You know, because some of them certainly need to be retired. Which probably, in your case, means putting them in the brothel. Not the brothel. That was not the word I was looking for. Oh, no. I meant to say, like, the broth. Like the cauldron. That's the word I was looking for. The cauldron. God damn it. Ah, God's a buff. I'm certainly my brain is in places. Let me make it up to you, Don't let him make it up to you. He's gonna feed you nasty stuff. Don't do it. Orlam leans in so close, it's a wonder their foreheads don't touch. Before just as abruptly pulling away and raising his fingers with a snap. Guards, get them cleaned up, wouldn't you? I want them looking spotless for the feast tonight. As he glides away and a set of rabbits attendants scurry forward, bobbing and bowing and ushering us off. It's all I can do to shoot Genzo a look of sheer bewilderment at this rapid-fire series of developments. What the actual... Fuck! Never in my life have I felt more exposed. Standing in the middle of the tub with my arms raised, I eye my rabbit attendant warily as he scrubs me down. Is this really necessary? I ask, trying to disguise the tremor in my voice as I watch him tackle my thighs. Stand still. I jerk back to attention and spend the rest of the bath with my eyes trained on the far wall. Once the cleansing has finished, I feel as though I've lost about 3 layers of skin. I'm toweled off and dressed in the thick white robe. I almost said dressed to the nines, like, my goodness, what does that even mean? I mean, I know what it means, but... That's not a phrase I've ever used before, let alone read, and it wasn't even there to be read, so I don't know what my mind was thinking. Then, it's to the large vanity where my curls are blown dry and where I'm giving a choice view of the state of my face for the first time. I grimace at the mirror. My eyes are a strange mixture of purple and red and dark, like 2 sunken holes in the middle of my face. I almost forgot to ask. Viewbot, do you wish for me to turn off the sensor on the game when it comes to, you know, the visuals? Because I was thinking about it. And I didn't make a decision just yet. Nice coffee. Let me stretch a little bit. You're not eating anything right now, so yeah, fair enough. We'll see if we even get anything. Options. Turn off the sensors. There we go. If I'm struck down by the mighty monarchs of either YouTube or Twitch, then let it be so. Okay, we already read this line. And they're surrounded by thick purplish brown rings that make me look like some kind of degenerate raccoon. Excuse me? Do not ever refer to the raccoons as degenerates. They are fluffy little friends who are just hungry and are gonna scrounge through your bag of garbage. What did you say? You checked a few dots. We already saw, and they don't really look that bad. Nothing that would get you banned on Twitch. Back to ass shake. Roger that. Yeah, I read, actually, Carrot themselves has been commenting on my my VODs for these streams, and they too said the same, that they haven't, at least in the first comment, they said there shouldn't be any issues, so... I'm just paranoid. I'm a paranoid little lad, sometimes. My cheeks are lined with more bruises, a strange mixture of green, purple, and brown dotted with dark red scabs. Oh really? That's kinda cool. Yes, I seem to warrant the attentions of people that make games. I'm popular, Mr. Popular. Just joking around. My cheeks are lined with more bruises, a strange mixture of green, purple, and brown dotted with red scabs. They see my ass shakes, they do. They certainly do. They see that booty. My attendant finishes brushing out my now fuzzy hair, and I place my glasses back on my nose, thankful their thick frames hide some of the damage. There's a knock at the door, and another rabbit enters the room, holding a neatly folded set of clothes. It takes me a second to realize they are my own. Wait, when did you... They've been cleaned and dried and perfectly pressed. I have no idea how. I couldn't have been in the bath longer than 20 minutes. I'm given no explanation, of course. Instead, shuffled back over to the changing area, where my attendant promptly sets to work fitting me into the newly cleaned attire. I raise my arms and he tugs my shirt over my head, smoothing it carefully across my front and back, then tugs me into my pants and cinches the waist tight with the clasp. Infantilized doesn't even come close to how this entire situation has made me feel. Once I'm finally finished, my attendant leads me back into the hall. I read that weirdly. Genzo and his attendant merged from the door on the opposite side at almost the exact same time. He looks disturbed. What? Was that the weirdest fucking thing you've ever experienced, or did they do something different to you? He hissed out. He hissed as our attendant's guide us back downstairs. You mean with the bathing and everything? Yes! Then his eyes grow sharp. Nobody did anything to you, did they? I blink and look away. My cheeks feel warm. No, it was fine. A little uncomfortable, but that was all. And I see him chew on the inside of his cheek as he looks at me. Make sure you tell Orlam you enjoyed the food. Right, we gotta glaze Orlam up a little bit. I don't even, yeah, the Orlam situation is worse than the Gidget situation, because at least with Gidget, you're dealing with, like, normal people. With Orlam, it's like, if you try to skedaddle, you're dealing with 7-foot-tall rabbit men in armor and spears that are approximately according to their height and how the average height of a spear should be to you as a person. You know, like, their spear's probably gonna be 8 feet long in total, or at least 7.5 feet tall. You know? Can you imagine that? Like, having to fight a 7-foot-tall guy with a spear. The amounts of reach that man has over you. Holy shit. Finally, he gives my shoulder a little squeeze of reassurance. You're safe now, yeah? Not that I really trust that fucker downstairs, but what's the worst that he can do to weird us to fuck out like normal? Wait, what? Did I read that? You're safe now, yeah? Not that I really trust that fucker downstairs, but what's the worst he can do? Weird us to fuck out like normal? A laugh. I simply nod. The cold sense of dread clutching at my bowels has yet to fully recede, but I can feel its grip loosen somewhat. Move along, one of the attendants barks from behind us. Which sends us scuttling back into gear and moving quickly down the hallway. As we're descending the steps, Genzo starts to fidget. All those guards just for LeBron to one-tab? You and the LeBron glaze. Hey, sorry about earlier. I try to turn, but my rabbit attendant gives me a impatient shove from behind to keep me moving. Back in the town. Needed some time to think is all. It's fine. It was a good idea to split up, I say quickly, waving my hands in dismissal. Genzo just winces. And when we reach the bottom of the stairs, he turns his attention to our increasingly grandiose surroundings. Titanic-sized flags line either side of the corridor, almost as though welcoming a colossal beast. And a brilliant red carpet bisects the middle, leading the way to an equally as impressive door. Jesus. The two rabbit attendants step to the side as the doors open on their own like magic. Yo, it's like those what do they call those doors at the malls, you know? Or like grocery stores. You see the little like thing at the top so that it notices when somebody is like walking through. It's one of them doors. Revealing an enormous golden ballroom. And at its center, a long table piled high with some of the most opulent food I've ever seen in my life. My eyes practically bug out of my head. But even as I eyed the food, I can feel a gurgle of disquietude bubbling up inside my gut. Next to me, Genzo doffs his cap and holds it to his chest. Mary, Mother of Jesus. Hungry, gentlemen? You have walked an awfully long way. You deserve a treat. Genzo twitches. I'm not gonna comment on how weirdly sexual that sounded. Orlam just smiles, his already heavily lidded eyes squinting further in amusement. This guy's definitely a gooner. Yes, everything is sex to you, isn't it? You have always liked to have your cake and eat it too. Oh, because you're the patron saint of purity? Orlam ignores him. He ambles over and throws his arms around both of our shoulders. Come, enough loitering around in this dafty doorway like a bunch of simpletons. My chef has put a lot of heart into this meal. I would do him a disservice to let it get cold. I'm sure we can just refuse to eat. Plus, last time, listen, all we gotta do is get Genzo into a safe position, in theory, right? Because last time, Orlam was like, hey, I wasn't gonna involve you in this whole torture, death, get cooked to death type of thing, right? So we can just pretend like we didn't know anything, that Genzo just went on his way, you know? And maybe we are spared this Orlam's wrath. Genzo winces, but allows himself to be guided towards the table all the same. It is a rather tempting sight. Just eat the potatoes, okay? The potatoes are fine. The spinach or whatever, asparagus without the bacon, you know, anything that's either bread or made out of things that grow in the ground. Shut up, I would trade Iggy for Genzo any day. Well, yeah, I can't blame you. Genzo has been saving our asses. We kinda owe him one. We're seated on either side of the table. More sets of rabbit attendants scurry to ready our shares. Orlam himself sits at the head of the table in an extravagant throne that looks like it could fit 5 of him inside of it. He leans back among the pile of cushions and blankets lining the seat, chin balanced on his palm. He then raises his hand in the air and snaps his fingers. One of the rabbit attendants waiting aside the far door darts over and places a golden wine glass in his outstretched hand, then immediately fills it. Orlam swirls it, takes a sip, glances at us, both simply watching him in awkward disbelief. He waves his hand in exasperation. Eat, eat! I snap my head back toward the food. I am hungry. Famished, even. Though something about the food seems off. Something I can't quite put my finger on. Something tingling in the back of my brain, like a dream fizzling on the edge of my consciousness. I shake my head. Now's not the time to let myself get disconnected from reality. I mean, we're in Wonderland. I'm pretty sure we're as disconnected from reality as we can be. We need to eat, if only to regain our strength. With only a slight pause, I reach forward and begin grabbing some of the best-looking items off the table, filling up my plate. Genzo snorts as he forks a giant slice of roast and rips half of it off with his teeth. Well, he doesn't seem at all concerned about the food if the giant pile on his plate is any indication. You sure got everyone whipped around here. I mean, what do you expect? I am the king. I can do whatever I want, and no one's gonna stop me. He takes another gulp of his wine. It feels good to be respected for once. I poke at my potatoes and watch the gravy run over the side and onto my asparagus. When I glance back up, Orlam's looking at me. He's got the little grin again, almost as though he can somehow feel my growing discomfort. I bring a spoonful of stuffing to my mouth. Haircut, Iggy? Oh, what? I promptly choke around the spoon. Your hair! I couldn't help but notice it's lacking its usual volume. Orlam's starting to sound like you. What is that supposed to mean? Hold on. What do you mean he's starting to sound like me? Listen. You're gonna have to be a lot more specific. You hear me? A bit shoppy, though. Don't worry about it? Sure. You know, I would not be surprised if Orlam's voice was similar to my own. Orlam seems to have this kind of voice in like a mean, bad way. You know how like creepy like dudes are given like a squeakier, like higher pitched tone? I feel like I could pull Orlam off if I was ever voice acting any character here. A bit shoppy though. You should go to somebody else next time. I drop my gaze back to my plate and swallow the stuffing with an over-exaggerated gulp. Right, yeah. Orlam rests his chin on his fist with a snicker. At any rate, can I get you gentlemen some wine? His arm goes up before we have the chance to respond, and another snap sends 2 rabbit attendants to the table with ready glasses to serve us. I'm not really sure I should be drinking alcohol right now, but I don't really feel I'm in a position to say no. Oh, sure. Don't mind if I do. Genzo promptly downs about half his glass in one gulp. Yeah, there's the sleepy stuff in there, I'm pretty sure. The sleepy medicine in the wine, at least in our cups. I just look at mine in growing discomfort. The deep red color makes it look like blood. My stomach twists. I turn my gaze back to Orlam instead. He's not looking at me anymore, or the food. In fact, his eyes are focused on Genzo. He's staring at Genzo, leaning forward, his chin in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. His gaze follows Genzo's every move, from the movement of the wine glass from mouth to table to the forkfuls of cottage pie he shovels into his mouth. What is cottage pie? Because I feel like that's something similar to, like, shepherd's pie. Let me look that up. Cottage pie. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it the big one? Cottage pie. Let me see. Images. Okay. Okay. So it's basically meat. Yeah, it's similar to shepherd's pie, except instead of it being in like an actual pie, it's more so ground meat with vegetables in it at the bottom and then potato at the top. At least that's what I'm imagining, because that's what I'm looking at here on the photos. And because it's called pie, I imagine they bake it instead of like cooking it. By the way, who eats pie with vegetables and meat in it? It's just called pie, but like I've had shepherd's pie. It's not bad. It's pretty good. Like if you have one of those small microwavable ones, I guess, like they're pretty decent for like a quick meal. Like if you just need something to kind of bolster your energy. They're small. You can easily just pop them in the microwave and there you go. You got your carbs, you got your proteins, you got some veggies. If my stomach had been twisting before, it's absolutely contorting now. Why does all of this feel so familiar? And not just familiar, dread-inducing. Orlam picks up a fork and uses it to cut off a small piece of bright red meatloaf. He jabs it into the tines, then folds it in Genzo's direction. Try some meatloaf. No! I reach forward with a squawk before I can stop myself. Both of them turn toward me with identical looks of confusion, and I feel my cheeks start to burn. What's wrong, Iggs? Got something against meatloaf? Genzo just laughs. Might try one. Until then, I'm gonna keep being a man baby. Sure. Fair enough, fair enough. I don't know what to say. I don't even know why I done that myself. I tug at my collar, all of a sudden feeling very warm. I just had a bad feeling, is all. I bring a hand to my face. I don't know. A game? Indeed! Yuki! Hail to thee! Hi, Yuki! Hi! How are you doing, elf? Gosh, explaining this whole thing is gonna be a woozy. I have like 3 streams worth of stuff to explain if you want me to explain. Or I guess I can just tell Viewbot to do it. You seem extremely excited today? You seem excited. There was no word that read extremely. I just read excited, and then I read that as extremely, and then read it again, and it said excited. I'm a little more energetic than usual, yes. That is true. No, you do it, Mr. Streamer. I just feel a little more excited. I don't know. I'm having coffee, but I don't think it's the coffee. Do it for the VOD watchers. The VOD watchers would hate it if I had to go and explain things, but if Yuki wishes for an explanation, then I shall. I don't want Yuki to be confused about the story. It's a good story. I just don't know how to summarize everything that's happened so far. A group of 5 friends went to Wonderland when they were kids. Now they're adults. They had a cookout. After the cookout, one of them went missing with their child, her infant kid. We got a call from her husband, and then we wander into the forest after not being able to sleep. Wonderland cookout, as in cooking food? Yes, as in like, basically it was maybe 4th of July. That's like my top theory. Yes. Wonderland, but freaky. Gore and Cuck main character. They ate him. No, no, they can't. They can't do that. We are in a bit of a time loop here because the first time around when we went into Wonderland, we died, but our character Iggy didn't make a wish. He only made a wish once he started dying, and he wished that he never existed, which made, I think that's the reason we're kind of stuck in like a loop now. This is our second time going into Wonderland, and Iggy doesn't seem to know why he keeps getting like these like instinctual like hints that something's wrong, especially right now when they're eating the food here in this place, which spoiler alert, I guess, because it's already happened, but the food here, the meat is people meat, not normal meat, so kind of, you know, something you're into. Well, they aren't eating their friend. There's no friends here. There's only 5 of us. One of us is the missing one. Buxley is somewhere. We got Gunzo, we got Orlam, and we already saw Gidget. It's only a friendly group of 5 people, so it's pretty easy to keep a track of. Sounds tasty, but you'd only eat the ones you picked. I suppose that's fine. We all got hella problems, by the way. All of these characters have problems. Orlam is like a freak. Orlam here, kind of freaky, kind of weird, kind of fucked up in the head. In like a more traditional sense. Gidget goes a little yandere for Iggy, which is our character. Genzo, he's kind of chill. He's a little depressed though. That's about it. He's got depression. And then we got Iggy, who's like basically just isolating himself constantly. And there's a little bit here and there that's more specific, but it's a little hard to explain without the context of everything else. He doesn't seem very depressed. Those are Yolaro's friends, by the way. He masks it very well. He's a very funny guy. He's also technically blind, but because we're in Wonderland and we were allowed a wish, he wishes to like be able to see. This guy obviously wished to be a king. Gidget wished to be popular. And Buxley, I imagine, just wishes to be left alone. Which is why she's somewhere. Orlam lowers his fork with a smile. It's no surprise, really. You seem to have gone through quite the ordeal. That can't have been good on your mental health. I lower my head, clasp and unclasp my hands. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I suppose so. Leave me alone! Ah! Basically. Yeah, Buxley, 6'2" woman, was not having a good time having her infant child. She and her husband were having a bit of a spat in the beginning of the story. I don't know if maybe... I was gonna make the comment that maybe she has that, like, thing where... you know how sometimes mothers, after they give birth to their kid, get, like, some kind of, like, depression? I was thinking maybe that was it, but, like, maybe she's just, like, stressed. It could just be normal stress of having a child. That just did her in a little bit. Sadly, it doesn't scare me. Orlam stares at me a good second longer. He takes a sip from his wine, sits back. You didn't happen to run into Gidget, did you? He asks, balancing his elbow on the arm of his throne. I twitch as a chill runs up my spine. Gidget. My throat feels incredibly tight. You'll be mine forever. I'm having trouble forming the words to respond. Fortunately, Gunzo saves me. We sure fucking did. Not that it did us any favors, he says with a grumble that sends tiny flecks of cornbread out through his teeth. Damn, you're a good little worker. Shush, bot. Oh? Orlam raises a brow. And here I thought you'd be treated as honor's guest, given Gidget's pallid proclivities. Another twitch. My own little Iggy. Don't hush my fans. Your fans. I stared down at a spot on my pants. Is it blood? I can't tell. There'd been so much of it, seeping down my cheeks, flooding my eyes. She's doing quite well for herself, though, yes? And some of those shots she's doing, positively erotic. Orlam rubs his shin with a lascivious skyward gaze. I confess to having subscribed to her work myself. I get it every week through the Royal Mail. I'm not one to say no to intimate beauty of the flesh, after all. Not that I don't get my fill here. Why, I go to bed with a different woman every night. The noble women, they can't get enough of me. I'm not sure they have a choice, buddy. Considering the type of person you are. I keep special housing close by for the most desirable of my royal subjects. We have grand parties every night. I mean, he could just be also talking out of his ass. That's also a possibility. Sometimes I even have 4 or 5 of them join me at... Ah, shut up already. No one wants to hear about your gross sexual escapades. Genzo rolls his eyes. Orlam stops, gives Genzo a blase glare. Blaze? I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're only interested when there's men involved. Genzo's face goes white. Orlam, he hisses, all of a sudden looking incredibly nervous. This seems to give Orlam pause. He blinks, looks at me, then practically melts into an impish little smirk. Oh, I see. You still haven't told him yet, have you? Told me what? I asked with an arc of my brow. He taps his shin. You know, I did always wonder why you've never told him in particular. Isn't he your best friend? Orlam, please, Genzo's brow twists in panic. I hear his chair squeak as he jerks forward. Genzo's gay? Obviously so, yes. Don't you no? Don't you no, you goofball? Because it's really curious if you think about it, Orlam taps a finger to his lips and peers at the ceiling as though really ruminating on this. Genzo just throws a hurried glance in my direction. He looks as white as a sheet. Gay! You guys are being silly. But before he can say anything, and before the pieces can fully connect in my head, Orlam turns his attention back toward me. But not nearly as curious as Iggy. Genzo, I can read, but Iggy? You've always been a bit of an enigma to me. He leans forwards, hand in his shin, and eyes narrowed. The sudden scrutiny makes me sweat, and I pull on my collar as I shift back in my chair. Me? I'm just me. I mean, I don't have any... Yes, just you. The you who's had a beautiful girl fawning on him for years, yet has never reciprocated. Collar? Yeah, like the collar of your shirt, Yuki. Not the other kind of collar, come on. And as far as I know, has never dated either. Not even in college. Don't tell me. His eyes widen in amusement. Something's broken? It's not. My tongue feels about 5 times its normal size, and I can feel the flush rising to my cheeks. Is it physical, little Iggy not able to rise to the occasion? Orlam looks positively fascinated now, leaning up and out of his seat in his growing excitement. Why are you excited about that, bro? That's a little weird. Or could it be mental? A childhood trauma, perhaps? Did someone take advantage of poor little Orlam? Genzo rises to his feet so fast, he nearly knocks his glass over. Don't make me bring up your dead mom. Your dead-ass mom. Your mother hung herself! Rah! You guys ever seen that fucking meme with Venom and Asuka? It's just... Why am I remembering that now? Or it's like Asuka just being like a bitch and then just random, like, literally just Venom just coming in from nowhere. Your mother hung herself! Rah! Just for no fucking reason. That's what this situation is giving me. It's that kind of vibe. No, now you look horrible. Me? I am a simple little guy. For fuck's sake, leave the guy alone. Orlam grins, but he does sit back, lounging on his throne with a swish of his wine glass. I was merely asking him a question. You know, guy talk and all. We never had done enough of it. I can feel the sweat leaking down my forehead, the back of my neck soaking into my collar. I look from Orlam to Genzo, then back to my lap. I need to say something. I love sex. What a fucking line. I love sex, guys, come on. And these are, by the way, these are 30-year-old men. I mean, one of them is 31, I think, out of the three of them, but 30-year-old motherfuckers. I love sex, what are you talking about? You know what? Considering the times and how unusual such an event is for the young lads these days, seems appropriate. I mean, does this even matter? Does this choice even matter? It feels like one of those choices that it's just like, just pick something dumb. I'm gonna be normal. I'm just picky. I guess I don't know, picky? Just haven't found the one I really like yet. My head sinks lower and lower towards my collarbone. Picky isn't really the right word, but I don't know how else to explain it. I don't really understand it myself. I just don't have the urge to do that with, well, anyone. I'm overcome with a feeling of shame. Maybe I am broken. Nah, you're chill. I stare down at my lap, my fingers curling into the fabric of my pants. There's picky and then there's ridiculous, Orlam finally says in wonderment, taking an overly large sip of his wine. Being normal? Someone's shy? Shut up. Well, I certainly wouldn't scream, I love sex. How would I know? I never had it. Let me eat my cookies here. Two normies. When I finally summon the courage to raise my head, I see Genzo staring at me. And his face is, well, it's unreadable, is what it is. Which just makes me feel even worse. I quickly snapped my gaze back towards my food. The tendrils of doubt that I'd been semi-successful at trimming back are beginning to resprout with a flourish. I need to steer this conversation into a different direction, pronto. I take an overzealous bite of sausage and promptly choke. So, anyway, I ask between coughs as I pound on my chest. I take a slug of wine to wash it down. What are your plans? I mean, down here, with all of this. My plans? Orlam sits back, gazes around. Turn this place into a proper kingdom, I suppose. There's still so many inefficiencies, a smirk, and I'd like to eventually expand. So much of this world is still unexplored. You know what? Can't blame him for that one. That's like typical human bullshit right there. Literally me. I mean, if I had a kingdom, I surely would be expanding the fuck out of that thing. Call me Belisarius, you know? Think of all the untapped potential. I pause with the tiniest of my fork. Wait, with the tines of my fork between my lips. The tines. That word is a thing. That sounds pretty extensive. You're not going back up then? You're not going back then? I throw a glance towards Genzo at this, perhaps searching for a backup, I don't know. but he's not looking at me. He's grown quiet and is now just poking at his food. Domain expansion, fuck your boring kingdom. Oh, of course, I will eventually, but what's the point in rushing back? Bit of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we've got here. You also future dictator? Well, listen, unlike most gods of the realm, I have not myself had much worship, okay? My name shall be known, if I have anything to say about it. Wouldn't want to waste it, I guess. My gaze falls, and I let my fork drop back to my plate. Like Lukashenko? Lukashenko. Now that one's not a name I think I've heard often, if at all, really. But mayhaps, just a little bit. A little bit of expansion, you know? Every human likes a little bit of expansion. In some way, shape, or form. The president of Belarus. Not the president of Belarus. Shaking my head. What little appetite I had has vanished completely. I'm not feeling too hot. I bring a hand up to my forehead and wipe the curls from my clammy skin. My throat feels positively parched. I grope up for my wine glass, but must misjudge the distance between because I promptly knock it over instead. Shit, I jerk forward to catch it? I don't know, but the damage is already done. The red quickly seeps across the tablecloth. I'm sorry. It's no bother. These things happen. Orlam snaps his fingers, and a set of attendants rush over to begin mopping up the mess. Shame tickles my cheeks. Genzo finally looks up at me, his face softening in concern. Everything okay, Iggs? You don't look so great. I don't? I pull anxiously at my collar. I guess maybe I'm feeling a bit weird. This is apparently enough to prompt him into action, because in the next moment, he's to his feet. He turns to Orlam. You said you've got rooms for us? Of course. A bit of rest will surely do the trick. He's no doubt exhausted. Orlam just smiles and snaps his fingers again. Guards, take Ignatius to the room we've prepared. He needs his rest. The two guards emerge from the main doorway. They march over and pull my chair away from the table. I stand up with a little wobble and the rush of blood sending momentary stars across my eyes. You know, every time I get that feeling, it's kind of funny. I kind of like it. When Russia gives them nuclear warheads, they, what did you say there? They drop them 3 times while transporting. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Silly little guys. And Genzo hesitates for a second, then he's pushing himself up and away and making his way around the table. He reaches me as the guards start leading me towards the exit. You sure you're okay? He reaches for my shoulder, then seems to hesitate again. Then seems against it. He pulls back. You want me to make sure you get settled in case you need anything? I pause for a moment, then nod. Sure. Despite the awkwardness at the table, having a familiar face in this place would still be a welcome respite. Though perhaps not just any face. His face in particular. As long as he doesn't think I'm a complete weirdo after all that. But even if Genzo does think that, he doesn't say anything. In fact, he actually seems somewhat relieved at my response. He gives a little smile and reaches forward, tentatively placing a hand on my shoulder for support. Then the guards lead us both out of the both of us out of the hall. Yowie. Yes, Yowie. Back at the table, Orlam is lounging in his throne, eyebrows raised in curious thought as he watches us leave. Sleep well now. What do you say there? When are you gonna kiss Genzo? Whenever we get the chance, sometime in the future, I guess. Although I wouldn't know when. That's up to the game. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. There are, by my account, from what Carrot has told me, many epilogues, although there is one ending. One ending with various epilogues. Kissing? Yes, kissing. My head is starting to feel fuzzy now. Sweat dribbles down the back of my neck, and a cold chill sends goosebumps up and down my arms. The guard tells us take us multiple flights of stairs, and my legs feel more jellified with each landing we reach. You know, I kind of forgot to say this in the beginning, I guess, but you know, you two in chat, say hello to Carrot right now, who's probably watching the VOD. That's the maker of the game. Say hello, everyone. Hi, Carrot. Finally, we've turned down the hallway, lined with ornately carved doors. I love ornately carved doors. Hi, we love cannibalism. Yuki certainly does. They opened the second door on the left and beckoned us inside. Copyright gelato VODs, please don't. It's delightfully dim inside. Nothing but a fluttering candelabra. There we go. I almost said, like, some other word. On the bedside table to light the room. And quiet, too. Somehow it cools the intense beating starting up in the back of my head. Technically, you are not a cannibal. You like eating humans. You are elf. True. Come on, let's get you in bed, Genzo says softly, and leads me toward the bed. It's enormous and piled high with soft white pillows, and when I shirk off my pants and slip under the sheets, it feels heavenly on my skin. Thanks, Genzo. Hey, what are friends for? Am I right or am I right? Kiss your homies goodnight. But he seems to grimace to himself at this. Anyway, he glances around. Maybe I shack up in the chair over there, yeah? In case you need anything? Once you're good and out, I'll find one of those rabbit fellas to show me to my room. To my own room. I nod, but already my eyes are starting to creep shut. Tired. So tired. I don't even see Genzo finish his trek to the chair before they close completely. Hot, dizzy, tired. There's a thrum at the base of my skull, and my face feels clammy and flushed. I hope I haven't come down with something. I wonder for a moment if Genzo is comfortable, then drift off into restless sleep. She's after me again. I can see her around every corner, hands outstretched, breath hot and face flushed. Icky, she coos. I can feel her hands on me, on my cheeks, my neck, running through my hair and sliding across my chest. You're mine, Iggy. Now her hands are roving lower. Her fingers dance across my stomach, play with the fly of my pants. You don't need to be so confused anymore. I'll fix you, Iggy. They dip inside. I open my mouth to protest, but now her hands are there too. On my cheeks, clenching onto the skin, wrenching my head backwards, even as the other set of fingers begins to explore, begins to touch, begins to caress. Us PTSD, yeah. I'll teach you exactly what you should want. Her thumbs find my eyes. Pushing. I scream, but nothing comes out. Then sit up with a gasp. Black. Everything is black. And quiet. Quiet except for the rapid hammering of my chest, my heart. Where am I? I look around. Rub at my face. Rub at my eyes. Check that my eyes are still there, still intact. Holy hell, eggs. I jerk back at the voice, arms curling around my midsection and shallow, dry breaths pushing past my lips. Hey, hey, hey! Movement. Then something sits on the side of the bed. I see Genzo, cap first, orange even in the darkness. Then, as my eyes further adjust, his face comes into view, round and worried. You're fine, everything's fine. Mumbling and moving something crazy in your sleep, though, he chuckles. My mind zeroes in on him, on that one point of comfort and safety in the inky blackness of the room. Then I move forward and curl up against him, my head to his shoulder. Quick little screenshot right there. I feel him tense against me. He doesn't move. Not at first, at least. He just sits there, muscles frozen. Then he looks skyward, almost as though seeking out an answer from some otherworldly being. Finally, he brings his arms around me, shifting me over and onto his lap, and gently repositioning me against his front. Yeah, he whispers. You're fine. You're fine. I breathe into his shoulder, long, slow, deep, calming breaths. Of course, he screenshotted it. Listen, I need the screenshots for the damn thumbnail. My heart slowly begins to decelerate, soothed by the soft motion of his hands against my back. It's like being in the nest of warmth, completely and utterly safe. Just lying there against his chest, moving up and down with his belly. Calm. Secure. I sit up slowly, just enough that I can see his face. And then I do something I've never done before in my entire life. Oh? I press my lips against his. It's quick and soft and chaste. Barely more than a brush, really. But it's still a kiss. Yes. Screenshots galore. And an actual kiss. His hands stop moving, clenching instead against my back, and his chest rises suddenly with his sharp intake of air. I pull back. He looks at me for a moment, his eyes wide. Holy hell, eggs! It's his same line from earlier, but now it's slow and hoarse. I hear him swallow. He opens his mouth, closes it, then opens it again. Finally, I've been waiting to do that for... He doesn't finish. He doesn't look at me either. Staring down somewhere around my clavicle, as his hands clench and unclench in the fabric of my shirt. Say Gex! No Gex. Because... yeah. I don't think Iggy is a Gex kind of person, if you catch my drift. Sorry, fuck. Maybe, that's just a theory though. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Gex. YouTube bot? God damn it. Just say. Only say. No Gex. Sorry, fuck. Look at me. I'm all fucking... He looks up at me and I swear I can see water dancing on his eyes. Then he grabs me, pulls me in close, tight, kisses me again. Harder this time. Maybe he is picky, I don't know. Iggy is a mystery, even to me. One of his hands digs into my curls as the other moves up and under my shirt, fingers roaming my skin. Now it's my turn to freeze. My muscles lock up, breath dancing in the back of my throat. My heart starts up again, faster and faster, and thudding painfully against the inside of my chest. I would imagine so. Genzo notices almost instantly. He stops and pulls back. Oh fuck, wait, was I wrong? What was wrong? Fuck, I'm so fucking stupid. My body calms back down, slumping as my muscle untie themselves. I bring my hands to my face, to my hair, rubbing to the damp skin. Now comes the fear. Fear of rejection. Fear of the anger that will follow. I shake my head. No, I swallow, my throat dry. I just can't... That makes me uncomfortable. That? I bite down on my tongue, trying to search for the right words. That kind of... touching? I wince, then pull my hair with a groan, frustrated at myself, embarrassed at myself. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I just need more time. It's not that I don't like you, I think I might like you. Very much. But the anxious feeling of awkwardness grows with every word, and I can feel myself shrinking in on myself in an effort to disappear. L disappointed. Oh shush, Yuki. You shush. Before I come over there and whack you on the head. Genzo blinks in silence. Then... You'll turn into an Asian... I'll turn into an Asian parent? You'll turn into an Asian parent? Why you no doctor? Why you gay? No, Yuki, you can't. You can't do this, Yuki. You can't do this as a poor boy. I say poor boy. He's a grown-ass man. Cocks an eyebrow with a smile. The fucker actually laughs. Oh, is that all? You actually had me worried there for a sec. I bring my head back up. Face no doubt a weird mixture of confusion and apprehension. Oh no, come on. Put that up. There we go. You can't even seduce King? Disappointed. We're definitely not gonna seduce the goddamn Orlam of all people. Thank you very much. That's the last thing we want, trust me. You think I care about that? He got money. Of course you'd be out here trying to get money. You broke? We're not broke. Iggy works a fine job as a coder of some kind. I don't know the specifics. You can't buy instant noodles? Damn. That's a roast. You think I care about that? Fuck, Iggs. To be honest, I always felt like I always kinda knew. But I don't care. I don't care about any of that. Just being with you is enough for me. More than enough for me. You don't think I'm... broken? Bro. He stops, blinks, looks at me with a mixture of confusion and sadness. Fuck that, and fuck everyone that thinks that. He reaches forward, grabbing me back into a hug, the calm, gentle warmth of the previous hug, just holding me against him. Gay but can't even touch men. Hiya. This is supposed to be an emotional scene, and the two of you are goofing about. Okay, Yuki. Okay. Is it because of the ears? Listen, it's not my fault, okay? Frieza? There's nothing wrong with you. I don't let anyone ever make you... And don't let anyone ever make you feel otherwise, you hear me? It takes a second for the impact of this to fully resonate with my brain. Frieza isn't an ancient parent. Hail the V scratch. And then it hits me. And it's like a wave of something. Just completely runs through my entire body, my muscles, limbs, everything going limp with the release of the tension I didn't even know I had been holding. My chest unclenches. My heart unclenches. Even my eyes unclench, quickly filling up with big salty tears. It's okay. It's actually okay. I'm okay. This thought seems to spark me into motion, to return control to my body, and in an instant I return the hug with everything I've got, squeezing myself against him and into him. You're the only child not disappointed, but still no doctor. My own safe little cocoon, where there aren't any expectations, no judgment, just love, acceptance. I'm not sure how long we sit there, just like that. Finally, Genzo's grip loosens, and he runs a hand through my choppy hair. I'm guessing you're still fuck all tired, yeah? And I'm pretty fucking exhausted too. Maybe get some sleep then? He glances over at the pillow and then winces, suddenly unsure. I mean, if it's okay. No acceptance from me, go find a job, yeah. Enough Asian parents roleplay. Yuki, you're not doing too well at it. It takes a moment, then I realize what he's asking. I grin somewhat awkwardly. It's fine. His resulting grin could have lit up the room. I crawl back over under the covers as he slides out of his sidles out of his jacket and heavy pants. Then I watch him come rolling over to join me. I'm doing too well at it. You're not doing well enough at being gay. Shush. Soon both of us are curled up beneath the sheets, eyes closed, breath heavy, and my head just barely touching his shoulder. I don't see her again the rest of the night. The next time I open my eyes, it's morning, and sun is pouring in from the window to paint warm squares of light across the sheets. I've let a nice patch of drool on the pillow, and a thin layer of crust has built up on the corners of my eyes. I blink, yawn, push myself up to a seat with a quiet groan. My dumbass can't read. Genzo is still sleeping next to me. He's on his back, face pointed at the ceiling and jaw slack. Thin, whistling snores punctuate his breaths. I watch him for a few moments, hugging my legs in against my chest. I can't stop the small smile forming on my lips. For the first time for a while, I feel calm. It's nice. If you want to be gay, but at least use being gay as an advantage to try to get into college. Use being gay as an advantage to get into college. Wow. That is certainly a sentence. Listen, our boy Iggy did go to college. Community college, I think. Why has he bald in the hug scene? He wasn't. He was wearing a cap. My brows burrow momentarily. Did I read that right? Furrow. What does all of this make me then? I never thought about it before. Maybe thinking about those expectations made my mind want to avoid the topic altogether. But just being with someone? Like this? Girls, guys, apparently it doesn't matter. It's not like I've ever had fantasies of being held before. Of having someone there to care for me, care about me. But that warm presence has never had a face before, or gender. All I know now is that if that warm presence is Genzo, then I like that very much. Too bad being a femboy doesn't give more advantages for you. I'm sure you could find something out to do with that. I chew on the inside of my cheek. Then feel the telltale need for release building up beneath my stomach. I throw a glance around the room. No bathroom in here. There must be one in the hall. So I slide off the side of the bed and shrug my pants back on, giving my hips a little shimmy when My half asleep limbs can't find the last bit of necessary energy to get the fabric over my thighs. I snatch my glasses off the bedside table as I make my way to the door, pausing for a moment to let my view come into full focus before slowly and softly creaking the handle open. You could say you're a minority since you have pointy ears. You're just trying to be funny, by the way. I don't think the pointy ears, but what kind of? How would you even? Never mind. I slip out. I pull the door close behind me. Search down the hall for any sign of a door that screams bathroom, but all the doors look the same. I turn in the opposite direction, then nearly jump about 10 feet into the air. Orlam standing 2 doors down, just watching me. He's got a trio of rabbit guards behind him. I take a nervous step backward and open my mouth to say something. Good. Ah, the sweet serenade of romance. Orlam clamps his hands together, bringing them to his cheeks. I mean, the only person you know with pointy ears except for you is your mother. I just walk into a college. I would like to have entry and whatnot. I'm an elf. Bro was watching. I don't know. Maybe. He does seem the type. Have a nice night, did you? One cannot help but notice the gallant knights did not. This not returneth to his room. Pray tell, was hero's sword plunged into gentle flowers' blushing bouquet? I turn away. It wasn't like that. Then start walking down the hall. Oh, Orlam settles up beside me, lips curled into an impish grin. Then perhaps true love doth reign over lust. How delightfully advantageous for me. What's that supposed to mean? I jerk away as he tries to pull an arm around my shoulder. No, 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 you need more money. What do you mean elves don't exist? I'll sue your asses. It's simple, really. Here, I was trying to figure out the best way to make my greatest adversary suffer. And now the perfect opportunity has fallen right into my lap. I stop, raise a brow, turn toward them. A spark of unease runs up my spine to the base of my skull. What are you talking about? But the answer's not to come. I see Orlam raise his hands to his side in amused futility. Then suddenly something comes down over my head, encasing my face and plunging my world into darkness. I'd be asking if I could at least use the bathroom first, like damn. It's like, bro, let me piss. Shit. I bring my hands to my neck, trying to pull it off, trying to wrench away the hands keeping it there. But already my consciousness is fading in and out. Take him to one of the stalls, I hear Orlam say right before I pass out completely. The next time I open my eyes, I'm in a small rectangular room. Something itchy pokes at my cheeks and arms, and when I pull back enough to bring the world into focus, I find myself lying in what appears to be a carpet of hay. What? I try to sit up, but quickly realize I can't. My hands and ankles have been tied behind me, making it impossible to do much more than roll over to my back. Caterpillar your way across the ground, I guess? Just, It works in the cartoons, and it'll hurt your face a little, unless you can shimmy with your shoulders. Speaking of pissing, I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Return I have. You know, I was beginning to wonder how exactly we were gonna get screwed over by Orlam this time. Maybe next time we'll remember that Orlam is out here tweaking a little bit. And the next time we loop, assuming we do, my hands and ankles are behind me, making it impossible to do much more than roll over onto my back. Say Gex. Okay, Gex. There you go. Happy? I blink, squint, peer through my hazy vision. Okay, why did reading that give me, like, a shiver? It's dim, but not completely dark. And I can see the walls caging me in on all sides like a box of thick stone. There's a door a few feet away, nothing but a small, barred window at the top of to reveal the world outside. I groan and try to move onto a slightly more comfortable position. Errant bits of hay catch at my arms and poke at my midsection. What the fuck is this? I remembered Orlam. That cloying smile of his. Then after that, everything had gone black. Where the hell had he taken me? I let out a long, slow breath to try and calm myself down, even as the tendrils of panic rise up in my belly. This has got to be some sort of sick joke, right? I don't have long to wait. After only a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, I hear footsteps in the hall, distant voices bouncing off the far walls. They approach the door, and I can't tell how many there are, a good number at least, then stop. I hear Genzo's voice through the open window. The surprise isn't here. What is it? Your secret porn stash? Yes, what kind of messed up stuff do you get off to? He sounds annoyed. Oh no, it's much better than that. Orlam this time. Much more intricate. Intricate? Interactive. There we go. Oh, so you're fuck machine then. The handle rattles. Turns. Then the door creaks open. I instinctively recoil away from the incoming light. I don't see Genzo's face when he sees me. I don't want to see Genzo's face when he sees me. Somehow the thought leaves me feeling mortified. I hear him, though. Hear him suck in his breath. Hear his feet skid against the ground. Hear the guards grab him and hold him back. His grunts as he tugs against them. Are you doing what I think you're doing? What the fuck is this? When I finally look up, Orlam has his hands splayed as though about to present the prologue to a theatrical epic. Oh, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Did you hurt him, you sick fuck? Oh no, not yet anyway. Simply giving him an insider's tour of my stalls is all. They're quite handy for detaining unruly miscreants until it's their time to, brew. Genzo gives another jerk against the guard's grip, and for a moment actually seems to slip away enough to take a step forward. But they quickly recapture his arms. My face has gone completely white. You let him go, you hear me? You got beef with me? You take it up with me. Leave him the fuck out of it. Oh, but dear, Genzo, dear, that's half the fun, don't you see? Orlam oozes towards... I don't like the description. Oozing towards somebody. It's such a weird little description. Orlam oozes towards Genzo, hand to his shin and cocking his head upwards. Torturing you would be fun, yes, but torturing the thing you care about most? See you wriggle and squirm? He brings his hands to his cheeks, face flushed. I'm getting all hot and bothered just thinking about it. Is he a masochist? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Is this because I made fun of you as a kid? Genzo huffs with another jerk. I think what you did. To be fair, you did a little more than make fun of him. Made fun of me? Made fun of me? The pushing and shoving, the humiliation, the oh, let's all ignore Orlam for the day, it'll be so funny. The oh, let's all throw our erasers at Orlam while nobody's looking, it'll be hilarious. The oh, haha, Orlam's mother killed herself, let's all tell Orlam he should kill himself too. Orlam clenches his hand in his hair, his voice hoarse and strained. And on top of it all, when I finally thought that maybe we, but you left me. You fucking asshole, left me in that dark room all by myself. For once, Genzo looks uncomfortable. His eyes grow tight as his lips twist downward. I did try, you know, Orlam continues, a tiny chuckle at the back of his throat. 5 times. I tried. Twice. I almost succeeded too. His lips curl into a wide grin that stretches across his face, pupils shrinking. You made my life a living hell. A laugh. Let's see, wherever you two have been yapping in chat. What are you guys saying? Are you doing what I think you're doing? I think I am, if you're cool. Fine. Good boy, Yolotl is a good boy. Isn't that right, Yolotl? I tell Orlam that, again. Of course you would. Ah, no wonder we're all fucked. In some way, shape, or form. Shake or form? I can't speak today. I apologize. But now, another laugh. I get to make your life a living hell. Orlam, I was a kid. Kids do stupid stuff. Genzo starts, but even he seems to have trouble putting any conviction behind his words. You know it's bad when... You know it's bad when even you're like, listen, I was a stupid kid. And you're... Even you don't believe yourself. His voice cracks and beads of perspiration begins dotting his forehead and cheeks. Let's calm down, yeah? Talk things out. Find a way to make this right? Orlam starts giggling. Oh, that's a voice. You guys can barely hear it. I can, though. I mean, I can barely hear it, which means you guys couldn't hear it at all. It's manic and squeaking, the force of it sending his shoulders up and down in glee. But that's just it! I've already found a way to make it right! He twists back towards me, face contorted and eyes wild. Oh, don't tell me he's gonna be weird. I mean, I know he's already weird, but not this kind of weird. Then dances over, yanking me up and into his arms like a limp rag doll. You know, I've thought a lot about what I should do. All the delightful little things I could do to make him squeal. Stop him, Yolotl. What am I supposed to do? I don't have control over things. It's literally, I can't do anything. Don't stop him, Yolotl. I forgot Yuki is a little bit of an evil elf. He squeezes my cheeks, popping out his eyes, for instance. Then shakes my head side to side with a clack of his tongue, or snipping off his itty-bitty toes, one by one. Let me cook? What do you mean, let me cook? Orlam, stop! Genzo's voice is low and shaky, a guttural desperation to it I'd never heard in him before. Look silly? You look silly, I'm not silly. But Orlam continues, shaking his head at his own feigned stupidity. But then I thought, why go through all of that mess when I have the perfect solution already? Look at that look on his face. Now you're just dotting me. I said look, not cook. I did. Oh, yes, I know. I read it. You said look. I think you're the one mishearing me, not the other way around. You can't gaslight me this time, Yuki, I know what I said. But then I thought, why go through all that mess when I have the perfect solution already? This is a slaughterhouse after all, and the slaughterhouses have ways of dealing with their more troublesome tenants. You said, what do you mean, let me cook? Did I? Let me look. Oh, okay. I'm blind as a bat. He stands up, letting me slide back into the hay, then steps back. Immediately, two rabbit guards move forward to grab me, undoing the tie on my wrists so they can encase me in the two chained manacles attached to the opposite walls instead. I try to twist away in panic, my heart beating louder and louder and my gut twisting with a violent wrench. Genzo? I throw him a despondent look, breath coming out in quick, terrified gasps. Genzo is jerking and yanking and tugging at the guards again, his face strained and flushed. Orlam, you fucker, stop! I can hear I don't know if this is meant to be tears or tears. Tears in his voice. But Orlam doesn't stop. He steps towards me, now strung up between two walls, the manacles biting into my wrists, and gives my cheek a little slap. Open up! I glance up in confusion, and he holds a thick pile of cloth in my mouth. Before I can question what it's for, the guards slip another piece over my lips and around my head. They cinch it tight in the back, making it impossible to spit out. I don't want you biting that tongue of yours off. Orlam crouches down a few feet away, his attention focused on a box in the hay. At least not yet, he adds with a little grin as he slaps it open, pulling out what looks like a cattle prod wrapped in rusted wire. I call this my piggy prother. He stands back up and gives the stick a little wave. Quite adept at keeping the piggies in line. Sometimes I just have too many to deal with, you see. That's when a little zap, he presses a button, and a little spark dances off the edge. To the side of the head can really make a job easier. Of course, sometimes I like to have a little fun with them first. He saunters toward me, grin somehow stretching even further. How many jolts until their head pops, or their heart pops, for instance? That's a fun one to play. All I can do is look up at him, shaking my head in a plea for mercy. Orlam, don't! Ooh. The tip of the rod jams straight into my stomach, and in that second, everything goes white. It's like someone's shoved a knife straight into my gut. A sharp stabbing pain blossoms out from the point of contact, ripping into my nerves and sending them screaming, one after another. My muscles tense, lock up, then recoil all in the span of less than a second. And then my body flies forward against the manacles, arms ramrod straight, so forceful that the iron slices into the skin of my hands and wrist, and my glasses goes flying off my head. I can't move. I can't think. I can feel my body shaking, convulsing, wave after wave of hot white pain sending my muscles into repeated spasms. The world is on fire. I'm on fire. Anyone else enjoying this music? Gotta cope somehow, huh? I can smell myself burning, charring. Fuck, when will it end? Finally, he pulls it away. My body slumps downward, vision warbling, consciousness coming, going, white, black. There's a sound of wetness. Is that the we may have a... My muscles twitch. My quivering arms make the manacle chains clitter and clatter, and I feel hot liquid seeping down my wrists and arms from where the rod of the iron is sliced through the skin. It might be sizzling. Steam wafts. Yeah, that's sizzling, not wet sounds. Sizzling. Steam wafts up from the charred fabric of my shirt, now melted against the red, blistered skin and crackling and hissing as it starts to cool back down. Genzo's frozen where he stands, his jaw slack and his face a ghastly white. His brows are curled in a cross between horror and disbelief. Orlam, he finally says. His voice is squeaking, strangely hollow. Orlam, please. Orlam thrusts the rod into my inner thigh. The knife is back. The bugs are back. Stabbing inside again, again. Wrenching, twisting, jerking back and forth, and grinding against the tissue and muscle. My body jerks upwards this time, up and away from the source of the shock. Again, yanking against its manacle, tearing into the skin, sending splatters of red into the hay. Keeps it there longer this time. My vision warps, body convulsing, muscles jerking, twisting, skin crackling. Now that there are 100 knives, 1,000, they stab outward from my thigh, slicing straight through the flesh and bone, up across from my stomach, down through my calves. At some point, I wonder if I even have any legs anymore. All I feel is one amorphous black hole of pain all across my lower calf. Lower half, not calf, although, well. Orlam pulls the rod away. I slump down so hard, my head bounces backwards, twisting a muscle in my neck. My knees sink down into the hay. The steam, it's wafting up and off of me in droves now, gray and smoky. It swirls away from the charred hole in my pants and the cooked slices of skin peeling back from my thigh muscles. Wet. The front of my pants is wet. I must have peed my pants. This thought shames me, and I clench my eyes shut as tears starting to spill over the edges. Orlam, stop! Orlam, please! Genzo's crying now. Why is this guy oversharing his torture with us? Listen, ask Carrot, okay? Carrot's the one that wrote this. Ask them, not me. I can hear the hiccups in his throat. I can see the snot rising down his nose and between his lips. Shitty torture? Says you! He looks so distraught. You don't like it? He will end too soon? Of course. Doesn't matter what we say here. Time to flip the coin again. Carrot, what if we tortured your Lottle instead? Do not torture me. I am untorturable. I demand it be so, because I have spoken it to be that way. Heads or tails? Let's see. Heads. We've been getting heads for like the last couple of days. Something about that sight, seeing him like that, breaks something in me. When I open my mouth, even through the pain and the shakes and the world warping around me. I'm sorry, Genzo. Only the sound that comes out of my mouth is nothing more than a muffled grumble, stifled by the claws choking my tongue and throat. What's that? Orlam raises a hand to his ear in a grand display of mock surprise. Do my ears deceive me, or is our mutual friend attempting to talk? Orlam, stop. Genzo hiccups. Let's see what he has to say. Orlam saunters over, smile stretched from ear to ear. He cradles my chin in his hands with an almost gentle caress. There. Let's get this off of you, shall we? He sings as he works the gag free from my lips. Though perhaps Genzo prefers you with something stuffed in your mouth, He turns back to Genzo, eyes flashing. Not that you would have ever gotten to experience it. See, I'm practically doing you a favor. He runs a hand through my staticky hair. Genzo clearly doesn't like this. He jerks forward, against the grip on his arms, with a strained grunt, jaw so tight I can practically see it trembling. Orlam feigns a show of terror with a laugh before returning to me. He taps my jaw with his finger. Now, what is it you wanted to say? I look up at Orlam, then at Genzo. My body gives another twitch as tears begin running rivulets down my cheeks. I'm sorry. Only it's no more than a throaty chuckle. What was that? Orlam brings his hands back to his ears with a flick. I blink the tears away and try again. I'm sorry, Genzo. My voice doesn't even sound like my own. But it doesn't matter. Because I know he can hear it, because I can see his face soften through the watery veil of my eyes. Sorry? Sorry for what? Genzo asks, lips shuddering. I squeeze my eyes shut, open them. For all of this? It's my fault. I opened the door, I swallow. I led us all to this. Genzo's eyes dilate, and I can see the wad of snot hanging from his shin tremble. He must be shaking. And finally, it's not your fault, Eggs. He forces a smile. I should be the one apologizing to you. I swore to myself that I'd protect you. And even more than that, I should have told you a long time ago about everything, and I'm so sorry for that, too. I was just so scared. I see him swallow, see his eyes tighten, and I thought you deserved better. His eyes fall, and the tears and snot from his chin and cheeks bounce to the floor. I didn't want to ruin your life. Can't do anything but stare at him. There's a pain in my chest and my throat, one that feels like it's twisting me in two. You didn't want to ruin his life, did you? I'd almost forgotten about Orlam for a second, and when he breaks the silence, his words are eerily calm. What a fucking crybaby. I'm not coping or anything. Sure you're not. Sure you're not. He steps towards Genzo, takes Genzo's head in his hands, and wrenches his hair back with a manic twist. But you had no problem ruining my life. Orlam? Genzo winces, his eyes clenched. But Orlam doesn't hold him for long. He lets Genzo's head fall back with a distracted flop, his gaze pointed, unseeing at the ground. You're sorry? He brings his hands to his head. You're sorry? To him? Curls his fingers into his hair. You didn't even do anything to him. His lips twist into a grin. With a sudden jerk, he twists around, eyes wild as he stumbles toward me. Not gonna lie, this particular song kinda goes kinda hard. Kinda basic, but goes kinda hard. I'll give you something to be sorry about. He raises the cattle prod above his head and belts me across the face. My head snaps to the side as a crack of electricity saps all the way from my cheek to my toes. Tears spring to my eyes as my body goes as stiff as a rod. And my teeth. My jaw slams down so hard I can hear them crack against each other. Gritty bits of enamel dancing on my tongue. Orlam! I hear Genzo scream through my haze. I wrench out a delayed gasp as the pain blossoms out across my split jaw. But I'm not even given a chance to recover. Orlam clocks me on the opposite cheek, wrenching my head to the other side and sending another jolt straight into my brain. I can't move. I can only stare cockeyed at the far wall, my jaw hanging limp from my cheeks and my eyelids twitching. Orlam, stop! I can hear the phlegm splinter and snap in Genzo's throat. Are you sorry now? Orlam just screams. He whips around on his heels and hooks his fingers into my hair, yanking my head backwards. Oh, jeez Louise. He's gonna stab that thing into our eye or something. I have a feeling about that. Get ready, cause I did turn off the censoring, so if something does happen, I'm giving you a warning now. If you get icked out by drawings like I do. Why don't you tell me how sorry you are? He points to prod straight at my temple. Genzo's straining so hard against the guards now that they have to hold his head, shoulders, and arms. I'm sorry. I can't hear you, Orlam shrieks. I'm sorry. But it's nothing more than a ruse. No! You're kidding? What do you mean you're kidding? Orlam had never planned to stop, no matter how many times Genzo apologized. My gaze meets Genzo's one last time. Then Orlam slams the tip of the rod straight against my skull. In that moment, everything goes white. And I feel my body spuck. Feel my muscles spasm and my head jerk against Orlam's grip in my hair. I can't breathe. Can't move, can't think. I don't even realize I'm screaming until my vocal cords spasm and cut off my voice. Don't realize I bit off my tongue until the blood starts bubbling up between my lips. Oh, he actually did it? Yeah. It's boiling and frothing. Dark red foam fizzing from my nose. My eyes are stewing, melting down like two gooey eggs. Like two gooey eyes. What am I reading? I'm sorry. I wonder for a moment if my brain is frying. Then the white turns to black. This is all my fault. Death number 2. Game over? Damn. Unfortunately, you were fried. But hey, maybe you'll taste even better now. Would you like that? Yes. Yes. I guess we were just supposed to be quiet. Good choice. Makes sense, you know? I thought it was just gonna be like, well, that's the end, and now we're restarting. Okay, let's skip to the decision. Stay quiet. Orlam folds his arms across his chest, rubbing his shin in thought. He looks from me to Genzo and back again. Nods. Yes, I'd say he has about 3 more in him, don't you? He tilts his head upward, closes his eyes. Just smell that? It's giving me visions of dinner tomorrow. Maybe you'd like to join me at the table? Orlam, stop! Genzo twists and jerks in the rabbit's grips. But Orlam saunters behind me now. Yes, this is always a good spot. He gives the rod a twist, a twirl, then tracing a little pattern in the air. Then shoves it straight into the bare skin of my neck. Everything goes black, and for a good couple of moments I feel nothing. I see nothing, feel nothing. I'm floating, sinking, melting into a pool of black. Then comes the knife. Starting a mild tingle on the back of my neck, then growing, digging, wrenching, stabbing, until my consciousness rips back through me with such force that it's like the air is being scooped from my lungs. My brain feels like it's on fire. My eyes bug out of my head, hot, pulsing in, out, skin on fire, vision on fire, blistering hot, and sizzling right next to my ears. Everything is shaking, everything is burning. He whips it away, and my body collapses with a snap. My ears ring. My nerves twitch and pop. My heart beats in erratic, arrhythmic cadences. And my vision blurs in and out. Red, white, black, red, white, black. Hot. My head feels hot, so hot. I feel something dribbling out of my ears. It pulls in the folds of cartilage, leaves bloody stains, and as it splats down onto my shoulder. And my hair is sizzling, sparking. Whips it away. Yes. Haha, real funny. Sparking and not sparkling, my bad. It sticks up almost whimsically as coils of steam drift up and away from my scalp. Orlam tut-tuts behind me. I take that back. He might only have 1 more after that. Genzo is a wreck. The guards are practically holding him aloft now, keeping him from collapsing onto the floor. Electricity doesn't really hurt that much. Well, I think it's the fact that it's electricity to the point of, like, you know, melting stuff inside us, not the electricity itself. His shoulder lurches upwards in noiseless sobs. Orlam, listen to me, please. I'll do anything. You can do whatever you want to me. Anything you fucking want. This seems to catch Orlam's attention. He stops. If it was the point of melting, he'd already be dead. Well, listen. Story, okay? It's a story. What more do you want from me? Either way, no bueno. Maybe Magic Land electricity works different, okay? We don't know. Takes a few slinking steps towards Genzo. Nose pointed upward and finger tracing his lower lip. Oh? Anything, is it? Genzo just nods, tears and snot forming twin waddles beneath his nose and chin. I have to admit, that is a tempting offer. Orlam's hands go to his hips. He seems to be mulling this over. After all, why break you beyond repair once when I could break you piece by piece and watch the hope fade from your eyes again and again and again? He snickers, biting down on the tips of his fingers in growing glee. A slaughterhouse should hire you. Then jerks back to attention and snaps his fingers, pointing toward the door. The guards respond by lugging Genzo back to his feet and marching him out of the room. Then he turns back to me, motions again towards the remaining guards. Take him down for now. I may need him again later. I barely register as the two guards who'd manacled me earlier unlock the cuffs and pull my arms free, jerk the gag from my mouth. The skin of my right wrist doesn't want to unstick itself from the iron, and it stretches with a sickening pop before snapping free and flapping uselessly across my palm. Ew. And they leave me semi-conscious in the pile of hay, just staring up at the ceiling and smelling my own fat burn. Well, if they specialized in humans. I don't. It's like you guys are just casually talking about human slaughterhouses, and like, oh, you should go to a slaughterhouse, and Yuki's like, well, only if it's people. It's like, okay, guys. I don't know how long I lie there. My body feels cold now. Chills running up and down my spine, along my arms and legs. I don't move. Every once in a while, my coin! It fell to the ground again. I got it. It didn't go into the abyss this time around. Into like the nothingness. Into the realm between realms. Like it usually does when I drop it. Every once in a while, a muscle somewhere gives a little twitch. My body jerks. The three spots where he'd hit me with the thing have gone completely numb. Skin red, blistered, peeling, melting into the surrounding cloth. White filmy layer forming across the exposed tissue. Know a guy that knows a guy that knows another guy. Of course. Maybe I'm going to die. I don't want to die. And I think of Genzo. Thinking of lying together with him in that bed. The warmth of his arms as he'd held me. My eyes grow warm again. Warm and salty. But somehow the tears don't come. Only the sting. The clenching pain in my throat and chest and heart. Where is he now? What's happening to him? Is he thinking of me too? I cough, gag. Bile rises in the back of my throat, and I have to turn my head to the side as the vomit dribbles down my lips and across my cheek. Fuck. Brown drool hangs from the side of my mouth. A gooey sinew. It feels like it's been hours already. Maybe it's only been a few minutes. I have no idea. Pretty sure I duck in and out of consciousness a few times. And that's when I hear it. A clatter from down the hall. The hollow sound of iron on iron. And I narrow my eyes, trying to hone in on the noise. Then footsteps. Fast. Running. A scuffle. It's right outside the door now. A sound again. Something clanging, ringing, echoing. A fleshy rip. Then a slump. More clatters. A key turns in the lock. I look up as Genzo stumbles inside. Damn. Genzo pulled a Jan Wick to get here. Who knew Genzo had it in him? Who knew? The last of my coffee is gone. His eyes are wide and strained, and his face, his neck, the front of his jacket, everything is stained red. He lurches towards me. Iggy falls down beside me. I killed him, Iggy. His voice catches, warbles. He swallows hard. I killed him. He looks at me, haunted and panicked. I didn't mean to. It just happened. I had to. He brings his hands to his face, clutching at his cheeks. When he pulls them away, I see him cringe, squint, wipe at the tears and blood. I need to get you out of here, he finally says. And when his arms go around me, pulls me up, I feel him shaking and trembling against me. Come on. He hauls me up and onto his back, the normal scent of his jacket against my nose, now stagnant with the smell of blood. I had to kill Gelato. I took out all of them I came across. Hopefully we can make it out. Genzo's really built different, bro. He's just built different. How's he going out here just like murking everybody? Murking 7-foot-tall rabbits with armor and shit. Who definitely have us, when it comes to the physicality aspect of things. And he's ended up murdering 2 out of the 5 of us so far. First, it was Gidget. That was honestly a pure accident. The second one, maybe not an accident. He stumbles out the door, still trying to get me balanced across his back. I see the dead rabbit just on the other side, slumped against the wall. The bloody spear lies next to him, its tip decorated with hair and other gooey matter. I look away. I promise that when I kill it, will be an accident. I promise that when I kill, it'll be an accident. Okay, Yuki. Then we were moving down the hallway, slowly at first, then faster as Genzo picks up speed. Door after door. 1 more rabbit. 2 more rabbits. His footsteps echo up and down the empty hallway, around the corner. Past the intersection of the corridors, he suddenly slows down, hesitates, and he shifts up again. Arms tight around my legs, and I feel his muscles grow taut. I glance inside the open door on our left, just barely catching a glimpse of Orlam and the bed inside the room. His chest and throat are flayed, barely recognizable, and blood. So much blood staining his face, his clothes, the bed and floor. Let's just hope that they don't remember this the next loop around, because if they do, it's gonna be a problem. Can we just remember not to come here? Like, let's just not go here until we're, ready. Well, until we got something to counter the guards or something, Priest still dies to a single mother? What does that... What? What are you talking about? I look away, push my face harder into Genzo's back, and he moves forward without a word. We make it to a set of stairs. Then down we go, Genzo huffing and sweating beneath me, and the hall wide and cavernous around us. And at the bottom, we step out into the main hall. The front door, it's there. I wonder if we're gonna see Buck again. But as Genzo takes a step toward it, a sudden shout makes him freeze. We both look down to the far hall to see a group of rabbits pointing and shouting. Shit. This spurs Genzo into action. Using the strength even he probably didn't know he had left, he sprints towards the door and slams his knee into the wood of it, kicking it open. I swear I can hear his kneecap cracking. But whether it's a figment of my imagination or he's beyond caring, he doesn't acknowledge it. He pushes us the rest of the way out past the heaving threshold and into the open air of the castle garden. We're out. We're out. But Genzo doesn't stop here. He keeps sprinting, past the bushes and trees and fountains, past the towering castle walls, past the bridge and the moat and the path toward the village. He shifts left and starts towards the distant trees, away from civilization and any chance of running into more guards. I can feel him straining beneath me. His breath is coming out in short, ragged bursts, and his heart is pounding through his back and against my cheek like a jackhammer. Once we're nearer the trees, and there's still no sight of any guards behind us, I give Genzo's shoulder a little squeeze, and he stops. I slide off, holding onto his arm, and for a moment until I finally balance. "You're sure you can walk?" Genzo finally gasps out. I hope he dies. Who? Why are you gonna be so mean, Yuki? He takes this opportunity to bend over, his hands to his knees as he gulps in air. "I think so," I say, though even I'm not sure. My body feels stiff and numb. Well, somebody's got to die? Don't worry, we probably will if we come across Buck. Almost like it's not even there. Vote for your lotto? Yay! Oh, goodness gracious. Genzo wipes at his face, the sweat smearing the blood across his cheeks. "Come on," he finally says, and grabs my hand. I curl my fingers between his, and we begin to walk. We half jog further into the trees, into the woods and the safety of the leaves. Why I wouldn't be able to retrieve the meat? We don't want to waste food. You guys are silly. Silly little people. In my little funny machine. It's cooler in here. Cool and dark. We press forward, moving quickly enough that I don't have a chance to look around, but not quickly enough that I miss the cloying tingle of unease run up and down my spine. There's something off about the air here. Heavy almost. Weighing down on my shoulder and making it difficult to catch my breath. Iggy. I swear I hear the sound of my own name, like a whisper through the leaves. I stop, look around, squint through the trees. "What is it?" Genzo asks. But I see nothing, and hear nothing more. I give my head a frustrated shake. "Nothing." Genzo gives my hand a squeeze. It's warm and comforting, the only source of warmth in this entire forest. "Come on, let's try to get to the other side of these trees. I'll feel more comfortable once we've put some distance between us and those rabbits." I nod, and then we're moving forward again, walking swiftly, dodging branches and errant roots moving in and out between the trees. But the chill only seems to worsen, to the point that the hair on my arms, the hair I still have left on the back of my neck, begins to stand straight up and with tiny prickles of disquietude. And that's when I hear it. The sound of an axe on wood. Somebody's felling trees? And close by, too. The further we travel, the louder it gets, almost as though it's all around us and everywhere. "He Balden? What do you mean, he Balden?" "Genzo," I whisper. But all of a sudden he stops, and I feel his hand tighten around mine. Bucks? It is Bucks. Not more than 20 feet in front of us. Hacking away at the tree with an axe. There's already a pile of logs at her feet. But something's off. "Hey, Bucks!" Genzo starts. You're here after all?" His voice trails off, as though suddenly afraid of the answer to his question. Yeah, her name's Buxley, but we call her Bucks. Bucks is a 6'2", probably football player back in her high school days type of lady. She's a big She's genetic. She's a genetic freak, you know. Bucks takes another whack at the tree, her axe sticking in the wood. Did you just? She stops, silent for a moment. Taller than Yolotl? Well, I say genetic freak because for a woman to be 6 foot and like beefy is kind of unusual. It's a little rare. Tall, already like hard to find. Tall and beefy, now we're talking like that's rare. Jolly, did you call her genetic freak because of her height? No, because of her height and her athleticism. That classifies as genetic freak, okay? Like in a positive sense. In the way that gym bros talk about other gym bros who muscle up pretty quick. Then jerks it back out. She stands up straight, somehow taller even than I remember. And she then turns towards us. Need some wood, do you? Genzo tries again. Her eyes are dark. She doesn't even blink. Instead, her head cocks to the side as she studies us. Athletics is a stuff you gain while working out. That's what she did. She doesn't even look muscular. Listen, she's a woman, alright? She's not gonna, like, look ripped off the bat, you know? We're not even in high school anymore. I would imagine she was probably more athletic in her high school days. Now we're in, like, our 30s. She's 29, I think. 20-something, because she's a little younger than she's like the youngest of the friend group, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Her eyes dark. She doesn't even blink. Instead, her head cocks to the side as she studies us. What are you doing here? She finally asks, but her voice is scarcely recognizable. We're about to lose a 2v1. More like a one-on-one. You're on crack? Yes, you are. Women can look ripped. You've never seen muscle mommies? For a woman, she's average. She is not average for a woman. Hush. I know women can be ripped. All I'm saying is that, like, it takes more for a woman to be ripped. Like, we're not gonna have this argument here. We're not gonna have this argument. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a streamer, therefore I'm correct. What are you doing here? She finally asks. Her voice is scarcely recognizable. It's slow and breathy, almost like a growl rolling off her tongue. And Genzo must rethink his approach because he takes a step backward with a nervous chuckle. Actually, we were just, passing through. I didn't mean to bother you. We'll be going now, so you can just keep chopping away. Genzo? I say with a shuddered gasp, tugging back on his arm. You're here to take me back, aren't you? Bucks takes a step toward us. I can see the muscles of her arm grow taut, bulging out against the skin as her hands tighten around the handle of the axe. No, we're not. You just keep doing what you're doing. Hanar sent you, didn't he? I knew he would. He never leaves me. He never lets me have any peace and quiet. She lurches towards us. 1 step, 2 steps, and we respond with an equal number of steps backward. No idea what you're talking about. Her nar's got nothing to do with this, honest. We're just going on our way. Why can't you just leave me alone? She charges. And in that instant, Genzo pushes me out of the way. A sudden sense of deja vu rushes over me as I feel the ground rushing up. And then there's a hollow, woody thud, and I see Buck's axe stuck in the bark of a nearby tree. She tugs at it with a grunt, her eyes flashing. No, we don't need any more provocation. We run. Hearts thudding, breath panicked, shoes beating against the hard earth. We shoot through the trees. Genzo's hand tight around mine and me pulling faster and faster. She threw the axe away. She didn't do shit. She swung that. And I can barely comprehend what's happening. Everything rushing past at the speed of light. My legs struggling to keep up. Get away, get away, get away. My mind repeats the mantra again and again, and in time my feet pounding against the floor of the ground. I can hear her behind us. Hear the terrifying swish of her axe as she cuts at the branches and leaves. Hear her ragged breaths, unearthly snarls. I try to focus on Genzo as I feel the muscles in my leg grow tired, weak and numb, and wobbling in their incessant forward sprint. Suddenly, Genzo stops. It happens so quickly, I'm unable to slow down, and I go careening directly onto his back. We stumble forward, and it's a hill. First, Genzo goes down, toppling down onto the leaf-strewn slope. Then I follow, hitting the ground hard and rolling, branches biting into my skin and rocks cracking against bone. Again and again, slamming into the ground, the world spinning around me. When I finally slow down in my tumble and open my eyes, I find myself on the side of a cliff, only a few feet from spilling straight over the side, and toward a rocky landing far, far below. I suck in my breath, scoot away from the edge. Genzo grabs my shoulders and pulls me back, his hands jerking me up to my feet. His fingers are trembling. Footsteps. Behind us. She's here. We both turn to see her limping towards us, her feet dragging, her axe swinging. He didn't fall. You really, want the worst to happen, don't you? You're just praying that they perish. The very air around her seems warped, like the air above asphalt on a hot day. Genzo, I say again, because there's nothing else to say. He's gonna try and throw hands. Why? They can kill her too? That would be okay? I'll kill you before you can take me back. Okay, good block, good block. Listen, Genzo! He's been pretty good with the whole fighting thing so far, so maybe he's he's got this, you know? Oh, she rushed it back. We are dead ass about to lose a 2v1. Yeah, I mean, she's got a weapon. We don't. Ooh. Ew. His insides are spilling and becoming outsides. No good. And to the back of the head. Genzo won. Yeah, right. I don't think he's winning, guys. Just saying. Now I'm wondering if he's gonna remember more in the next loop. Okay, axe is away. He falls and grabs it. It's a loop. I have explained this. We're stuck in a time loop. This is the second time. This is the first loop, technically, maybe. He gets a second chance, and more however many chances until we stop dying. Or stop wishing that we never existed. Because that's why we loop, at least in my opinion. We loop because he wishes that he never existed, which in order to make the wish, he needs to exist in the first place, so we get looped. I don't know how we're gonna unloop out of this one. You gotta kill. We have killed. One kill, 7 deaths, 2 assists. Glad you're counting. Glad you're counting. Dude's shirt is a Ukrainian flag. Only a little. We already called Genzo's childhood shirt the Argentinian flag, even though Genzo's Asian and not Argentinian. Now we got Yuki being like, yo, this dude's shirt is Ukrainian flag. Genzo? Yeah. Did you not see from the name, Genzo? Genzo something. Oh, that's why they eat... Shut up. The rocks bite at my knees as I walk across the dirt. It's soggy beneath my fingers. Soggy and warm. And the smell. It's everywhere. Listen, they didn't know that the food was made with people, okay? Neither of them knew. Dripping down my arms. Curling and up inside my nasal cavity. And I fight the urge to retch even as I feel the bile rise to the back of my throat. Kenzo's lying face down in the gravel. You'd eat if you knew, though? Of course he would. He's not moving. Of course he's not moving. His insides are falling all over the ground. My throat hitches. When I reach him, I roll him over onto his back. I am hungry, you can't blame me. Go eat some normal people food. Not people. Just eat normal stuff. His intestines spill out in the process. Fuck. I need to fix this. Hands shaking, I scooped him up. Pushed him back inside. The red maw across his stomach is threatening to swallow my hands. Normal people food. Yes, normal people food. Dirt and who knows what else goes with them, but I don't care. I just need to get them back inside. Finally, I pull him up and into my lap. Yeah, normal people food, yes, like a pizza. Or a fruit. Not people. I can feel his brains through the soggy folds of his hair. Soggy folds? Yeah, it says folds. People pizza? Oh, Lord. He doesn't look like he's sleeping. He looks like he's fucking dead. Whoever spread the old wives' tale is a fucking liar. I close my eyes. I let out a shuddered breath. I don't even realize I'm rocking. Rocking back and forth, back and forth. Strange half-melodic hum buzzing on my lips. Pepperoni. It hurts. It fucking hurts. My heart feels like it's splitting in two. My chest like it's being stabbed with an ice pick again and again and again. I've never felt pain like this before. Make it stop. I clench my eyes shut so hard I can feel them pounding. Make it stop. Iggy. Maybe this is why. This is why I've never tried to get close to anyone. Because I know it'll only end in pain. The 31-year-old loser version that pushes away anyone who shows 1 ounce of affection. Who's too scared they'll find out who he really is. That he's not normal. What do you want, Iggy? Fuck. I've really fucked things up this time, haven't I? Why can't I do anything right? I'm a complete wreck. And now because of me, Genzo's dead. I should never have called him. Never have gone to his shop. Never have fallen for him. Maybe then he could have made it out of this whole thing alive. Why didn't they explain to Bucks why they were there? Because Bucks was tweaking out. What do you mean? Bucks was like on site. She's like, what are you doing here? And like axe in hand, muscles freaking tensing. Like, girl was on aggression mode the moment we talked to her. She was not in the mood to talk. Jesus fucking Christ, it hurts. What do I wish for? I wish for the pain to fucking stop. You can do that, can't you? Stop the pain? I was better off before. Before I thought I had a chance at happiness. Before I allowed myself to feel anything. Now all I feel is pain. My heart hurts so bad. I can't take it anymore. I'd do anything to make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it... That is the end of Arc 2. We blew up our heart. We're not getting... This... It's like Ray Zero a little bit, maybe. Except you don't even get to remember. You just get a feeling that this has happened before. Yeah, and Bugs would be calmer if they explained it. If I were Bugs, I'd pretty much try to kill them, but they explained that... But if they explained that, oh, some king guy did something king guy did, I'd just chase them and go back home. Probably not. I don't think you understand how mentally fucked everyone is right now. They're all tweaking. The only ones that are not immediately tweaking is freaking, you know, Kenzo and Iggy. You didn't make your wish, though. I think Bugs killed her baby a little before that. Theoretically, yes. That's like the head theory right now. Because we don't have anything telling us otherwise. That's okay. Evil Yuki. Evil elf. Drukari ass motherfucker. I'm gonna let this play out, and I'm gonna go use the restroom and whatnot, so... be back in a bit. Alright, I have returned. Why is the screen? Why is it weird? Has it always been like this? What the frick? Okay, 1 second. Long ass piss. I have to get some water, okay? What in the world? Odd? You heard it? Yeah, right. You wish you did. You little freak. I'm sorry, Genzo. I'll have to try something else. Gay. Something else. Something else to. But even as my brain attempts to latch onto the feeling of fleeting sense of something very important, something I don't want to forget, something, it's gone. Replaced by the dull scratches of Mrs. Donish's trash bin as she rolls down the driveway. Must be something stuck in one of the wheels because with each rotation, the bin lurches upwards and smacks heavily against the pavement. Roll, roll, smack. Roll, roll, smack. My streamer? Gay? No, not this again. I groan and shove my pillow over my head as I wait for the sound of something to drop. I pause. But why would I hear her stop, pick up whatever it is, then toss it back inside the bin. Jolly is gay, you're gay, I'm gay. Roll it, roll, smack, roll, smack. I lie there a moment, brows furrowed against my closed eyes, but ultimately shake it off. And I push myself up in my bed, rub the sleep out of my eyes, and look around. We're looking around, guys. My room. Yes, this is my room, the same as it is every morning. So why does it feel so empty? Roll, roll, smack. How about roll, roll, smoke? I pull my knees up to my chest and just sit there, taking everything in. A strange feeling of loneliness is tugging at my chest. So, as though I've lost everything important. Something I don't know if I'll ever be able to get back. I shiver, sigh, chew on the inside of my cheek, then reach over for my glasses on the bedside table and lob them across my face. I wander off towards the kitchen to start the coffee pot despite the dull heaviness weighing down my own heart. Maybe I really did drink too much yesterday. It's making my head all weird. Once the coffee is percolating, every time I get to this one part, percolating, there we go, I empty the last of my chocolate rice snappers into a bowl and take to it like soup. I pause for a moment, mid-slip, to look around again. Why does it feel so strange? Why does staring down into my slowly marbling milk make twinges of tears form along my lashes? And I shake my head. I don't have time for this. I finish up the snappers and head for the bathroom. I look awful. But then again, when don't I? I lazily lob up my toothbrush into my mouth, washing away the chocolate and rinsing out my mouth. Once finished, I splash 3 good-sized handfuls of water onto my face, hoping to wash away the cloying feeling of sadness while I'm at it. Before pulling away, I take another look at my eyes, half expect to find them lined with bruises. But of course, they're not. Why would they be? A thought makes me shiver. And I spend an extra moment just rubbing the skin beneath my eyes. I'll fix you, Iggy. I spin around, but of course, there's no one there. Why would anyone be there? I'm starting to lose it. The coffee is ready to be by the time I step back out. But even as I grab it and start to head for my desk, I find myself just not wanting to work. I have to work. I have deadlines, projects due. I stare at my monitor until my vision starts to blur, then walk back into the kitchen. I'll work eventually. Maybe I'll just take a little time first to clear my head. I sit down at my table, hands perfectly curled around my mug, and wait. 1 sip, 2 sips. I stare at the wall. I stare at the grease-mottled front of my microwave. Stare at my my fridge and takeout menus held askew with developer jokes ascribed magnets. Humans are unvaluable enough to eat. True and real. 3 sips. What am I waiting for? I don't know. But I'm definitely waiting for something. My mind drifts to Genzo for some reason. And I wonder what he's doing now. Is he at his shop? Something inside of me really wants to see him right now. But thinking about it sets off a mini alarm bell in the back of my head. So I give myself a shake, snap myself out of it, and go back to my staring. I don't know why, but I feel so demotivated. Doing anything seems like a chore. And I just... empty. At that moment, my phone goes off. Me and humans do pay for the blue check mark on Twitter. Okay. Fuck shit. The sudden noise gives me a heart attack, and in my jolt of surprise, I splash hot coffee up into my hand. God fucking. I managed to answer it anyway, nursing the smarting skin as I balanced the phone between my shoulder and ear. Hey Hanar, what's up? I asked without even confirming the name on the caller ID. But the sound that comes through the receiver doesn't match my jovial tone. Sobs, hairy sniffles, a cough. Hanar, he's crying. Iggy. Oh. Oh shit. Right. This is... I bring my hand to my forehead, massaging the deepening creases. It's Buck, isn't it? My insides start to twist. This triggers another cough from Hanar. How did you... But then he must decide it doesn't matter, because he continues all the same. I don't know what to do, Iggy. She's gone. Gone. I hear his voice crack through the receiver. She took Sadie. There's no sign of them anywhere. I've called and I've called. I shake my head, trying to collect my thoughts. I'm having trouble figuring out what to say. Did she say anything? Last night. Hanar's voice shakes. Nothing. We had a bit of an argument, but by the time we went to sleep, things were mostly fine again. And I didn't wake up once. Sadie, she never cried. He pauses, and I can hear him swallow. I have a really, really bad feeling, Iggy. Something's not right. Something happened. I run a hand through my hair. You feel that way because you're nervous and scared, but I'm sure things are fine. But even I'm not convinced by my own words. I feel sick. Maybe something came up. Maybe her parents called or something, and there was some kind of emergency. I heard Hanar sniff through the phone. It's been hours now. I don't know what to do. I rub at my face, my eyes, trying to stay focused on Hanar. What do I say? What can I say? And I'm sorry, Hanar. I really don't know what else to do. I'll keep calling her though. If we all keep trying, I'm sure one of us will finally get through. I'm sure, I cringe, but continue. Everything's fine. The line is quiet for a moment. Then, soft as a whisper. Okay. He sounds despondent. I don't blame him. And keep me updated, okay? Sure. The line goes dead. I bring my hand down with a sigh, staring down at the brightly lit display of my phone. I could have handled that better, but somehow I can't help but feel that it wouldn't have mattered. As the quiet returns, so does the feeling of emptiness. It gnaws at my insides like a rat trying to escape. Rat, rat, we are the rats. Welcome to another birthday batch. All of a sudden, I just really need to hear someone's voice. And not only that, I can try again. Try again? Try what again? I start scrolling through my contacts. Yeah, maybe I'll call someone. But who? It's not like I've got a lot of choices. My thumb pauses over Genzo's name. No. I shake my head. No. Continue scrolling. Someone else. Someone I haven't tried yet. We're calling Orlam this time? Oh, golly. Call me. Sure thing, Vbot. Sure thing. I scroll down to Orlam's name in the list. Normally, I'd be hard-pressed to call Orlam about, well, anything. But somehow it feels different this time. I can't explain it. Almost like something needs me to call him. I mean, in theory, if we get to him first, before he makes his wish, I don't know, maybe things won't go crazy. So, with only just a moment of hesitation, I jab my thumb against the screen and watch as the cheerful phone icon starts to bounce. I bring the phone to my ear. Think about what I'm going to say. What am I going to say? Am I going to ask about... I'm going to ask about Bucks, of course. What else would I ask about? You could maybe show me... you could maybe show some interest in him for once. I grimace. True. I call him for the first time in like forever. Only to jump straight into concern over someone else? That would certainly paint me in a sympathetic light. Into what light? Yeah. I get so lost in my own back and forth preparations that I don't even realize no one's picking up until the line switches over to voicemail. I blink. Pull the phone away. Weird. Guess he's not around. Same thing happened when in the first, time we went to Wonderland. Tried calling him. That didn't work. The digital voice in the line tells me to leave a message after the beep, and in a semi-panic, I blurt out, "Hey, Orlam, call me back, okay?" I hit the call button, then wince. Did I really need to leave a message? And one like that to boot? I didn't even say why I was calling. Well, whatever. At least he should call me back, and at least he should call me back now. I ran a hand through my hair with a sigh and trudged back over the desk. To my desk. Guess I could try to work. Head's a bit all over the place, but that's not something my clients are gonna care about. Might as well try to focus as much as I can. I plopped down at my desk and snapped my headphones over my ears. Now, let's see. What can I get done? Once I find my groove, time passes quickly. 1 hour, 2 hours. I yawn and sit back with a stretch, gazing proudly upon the custom... Damn, let me get through that yawn first. I yawn and sit back with a stretch, gazing proudly upon the custom appy I'd just gotten done debugging for Mr. James Addleston. It's only as my thoughts are returning to reality that I realized Orlam still hasn't called me back. Oh my god, it's gelato setup. I wish. Nah, my setup is just TV on the dresser. Is it even a dresser? I guess. It's not a dresser. I feel like the dresser's the tall one. Drawer? Nar, Jolly broke exactly. That's why I'm using my TV as my monitor. 2 boxes stacked on top of each other as a desk. Amazing, amazing desk. I do at least have the office chair, so that's nice. Humble beginning setup. We all start somewhere. It's only as my thoughts are returning to reality that I realize Orlam hasn't called me back. I checked my phone just in case I somehow missed it, but nope, No calls. I chew on my bottom lip, brow furrowing. Not caring that it may look a bit weird, I find his name on my recent calls and try him again. Still no answer. I don't leave a message this time. But the message my stomach sends me is plenty, all gurgling butterflies and hissy soda bubbles. This really doesn't seem like him. Amazing desk sounds like a Trump impression. It's an amazing desk. Nobody's desk is more amazing than mine. I promise this is the best desk there has ever been. No desk better than 2 boxes. We all start somewhere. What if something happened? What if he never even made it back from the party last night? I rub at my eyes. That's ridiculous. Holy shit, that's good. It's not that good. I don't have the tone. I don't have the same voice level or whatever you want to call it. But still, where does he live again? I swipe open my group chats. I vaguely remember him giving us all his new address when he moved. Was that last year or the year before? 2.5 years? Dang. I opened the address in my phone map to check out the route. A bit of a walk, a bit far to walk. It's all the way over on the other side of downtown. I could take the bus though. Get off the Kent Street stop. Kent Street. Am I really doing this? But apparently I am, because I'm already wandering off to change into a decent pair of pants and find my shoes. Time to have a little adventure. Adventure time! I'm on check the dog and fin the human. Sorry, just random memory unlocked. There's no response at my first knock, which makes me feel all the more ridiculous. At my second, though, I hear shuffling on the third side of the door. Didn't fall out the fucking chair for at the time, yeah. I'm glad we didn't go through all of that. It pops open against the lock, and I see a single green eye blinking at me curiously. The something king guy, Orlam, will be shocked somebody will visit him. I guess they both are shocked. Ha ha ha! It shuts, then opens again, this time with the lock undone. Orlam stares at me as though he's never seen me before in his life. He's an absolute mess, hair jutting out in greasy clumps, cheeks a sickly gray, and his eyes sunken atop boulder-sized bags. He's wearing the same shirt as yesterday with nothing but boxers and socks beneath. Gelato has your address? Gelato has your address. Eggs? He blinks. I raise a hand with what I hope is a friendly wave. Hey, then when I have no idea what else to say, I called earlier? He squints, tilts his head, then seems to snap to attention, frantically scratching at his pockets. When he doesn't find what he's looking for, he throws a glance back onto the apartment before returning his gaze sheepishly. I seem to have misplaced my phone, his eyes twitches. Did you need something? Well, is everything okay? I guess I got worried when you didn't pick up. Another twitch. You were worried about me? He blinks. Yeah, I mean, sure, I shrug, cock a brow. You don't look so hot. He laughs, though it's more skittish than his usual laugh, almost nervous. I'm fine, just a bit under the weather. Drank too much yesterday? I ask with a grin. He smiles, except that it's not quite a smile. More like disguising a grimace. Sure. I suddenly realize how awkward it is just standing in the doorway. Can I come in? Inside? if it's not too much trouble. His eyes dilate and he just stands up just a little bit straighter. You wanna come in? Another set of blinks. He throws a hesitant glance back into his apartment. There better not be fucking anime figures and posters everywhere. Like, not that I got any beef with any of that. I would do the same. But, you know, it would be really leaning into the stereotype. A little too much. He throws a hesitant glance back into his apartment. He doesn't. Then finally steps back. Sure, go right ahead. He tries to curl an errant lock of bang behind his ear. It falls back out. I step inside. And am immediately met with a sordid smell. It's not awful, it's just kinda there. Damp and bitter and curling up inside my nostrils as I look around. The apartment is as much of a mess as Orlam himself. Clothes piled on the floor, sheets and blankets half falling off the bed, and clutter everywhere. If he did, he wouldn't have the guts to come over here, to come by. He would all destroy a lot of IRL? Oh, sure. Empty fast food wrappers, unopened mail, weird little trinkets, bottles, cans, glasses. Even the curtains look ready to give up the ghost, half falling. Ready to give up the ghost, that's also a phrase. Half falling off the rod and leaving a crescent moon of sunlight in the opposite wall. I don't say anything, but surely it's all over my face. Orlam just stands there, wringing his hands. Another sweep of his hands through his hair. He darts towards the bed and pushes back the tussle mess of blankets and sheets. You cannot sit here, he pats the newly cleared space. I do as I'm told, mostly because I'm not sure what else to do. If I'd felt awkward in the door, it was nothing like what I'm feeling now. Orlam scratches his head. You want anything? I must look at him blankly. Coffee or something, or water. I think maybe I've got some Coke too. Oh, coffee's fine. I mean, if it's no trouble. It's fine, it's great. I'll just, put a new pot on. He scratches at his arm, almost like a dog scratching at fleas, then skitters off towards the kitchen. I stare at the entryway he disappears into for a few moments before redirecting my attention back to the room. It's a lot smaller than my apartment. It's all I have, at least I have a spare room for my bed. Though his might not seem as small without the junk everywhere. There's a desk in the opposite corner with a dusty old laptop and an empty bottle of whiskey. Piled up next to the desk are what look like 10 or 12 empty delivery boxes. I let my gaze follow the wall back and around until it meets the bulletin board hanging over the bed. In between the fast food menus are scattered postcards, strange papers and cutouts I can't for the life of me understand the value of, and the occasional photo. One in particular catches my attention. It's us. The 6 of us. The group picture we took after prom. Look at them, so joyful. So joyful and happy, except maybe for Gidget, who most definitely wanted to be next to, Iggy. you got fucking... Wait, I see Yalato in the bottom right? Oh my god. It's me! I'm in the photo, guys! Look at how joyful and awkward he is. At least he wore a button up, I guess. Like how these two just... Wasn't it they're supposed to be dressed in like a... whatever. The picture we took at after prom. Hanar and Bucks had been the only 2 to go to actual prom. The rest of us had just crashed a party afterwards. Our high school always held an all-night event of games and food in the gym after prom. I guess to keep the students from going off to party and drink on their own. We look pretty smart, even me for once, with my little sport coat. Genzo's got his arms around Orlam's and I's shoulder, thumbs jutting out shouting out to the side like some kind of 90s frat boy. Gidget's got her hands on her hip, looking mildly irritated at something. And Bucks is dying of laughter at something, practically falling over on Helenar's shoulder. Damn, does that feel like a lifetime ago. Bit of a strange night, though. I remember Genzo being super clingy for the first few hours. He'd snuck in some alcohol and kept making all of these off-color remarks as he'd gotten progressively more wasted. Then he'd just disappeared. Orlam too, and I'd been left to hang out with Gidget for the rest of the night. She'd kept leaving unsubtle hints about how much she wished she could have gone to prom, and oh, look at Dana's dress! Wouldn't it have been magical to wear something like that? And then later that night, a hacking cough from the other room jolts me from my nostalgic reverie, and I throw a worried glance in the direction of the kitchen. It continues for a good 10-15 seconds, one of those wet, phlegmy convulsions that wrecks your whole body. And it only ends when something thuds hard against the countertop. I guess we'll go check on him because he's kinda dying. I would not be surprised if he was not doing too well. Go see if he's alright. Buddy, you good? We wanna be decent human beings this time around toward them. Ori getting the best of me, I dart to the kitchen entryway. Hey, everything alright in here? Orlam spins toward me in a surprise, one hand to his mouth and the faint glimmer of tears in his eyes. He seems to tense. It's fine, another cough. His gaze flits around the room nervously. My own eyes follow. It's a small kitchen and strangely bare, especially compared to the clutter of the adjacent room. My attention goes first to the sputtering coffee maker, then to the table with its two folding chairs. One of those... I just realized I probably should have picked the bottom option, but whatever. One of those industrial-sized bottles of bleach is on top of the table, a wad of wet towels clumped up next to it. Orlam lurches toward me before I have a chance to inquire. The coffee's almost done. His eyes does that twitchy thing again, and he keeps clasping and unclasping his hand. Missed the true ending, I know. What the fuck, Gelato? Hasn't it been the case that almost every time the bottom option is the correct option? I swear to God that has been the case. I wonder if getting the quote-unquote best epilogue or whatever is just press the bottom option over and over again. Anytime you do anything, just press the bottom option. I take the hint and back away. Not that I really mind. I'm feeling uncomfortable enough as it is. Instead, I wander back to the bed, taking the opportunity to rub at my eyes beneath my glasses once I'm settled back down. When I reopen them and my vision clears, I see Orlam staring at me from the entryway. He's tapping his wrist against his thumb anxiously. First right wrist to left thumb, then left wrist to right thumb. When our eyes meet, he turns back into the kitchen. I chew on the inside of my cheek, brows furrowed. Finally, Orlam returns, carrying a mug of coffee between his hands. He's almost painstakingly careful in the way he walks, making sure it doesn't spill out onto the floor. I can't help but find this funny given the current state of his apartment. Here, he hands it over, just as mindfully, making sure I can get my fingers around the handle. I hope it's okay. Thanks. The mug is orange and sports a Garfield face on the side. I bring it in toward my chest and peer down the steaming liquid. Orlam takes a seat beside me. He sits close. Too close. What is that? There's a picture up there. A calendar. More posters. The thing that's like to our right of his head. Kinda looks like a sock, but I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's something. His bony knee touches mine, and I can hear him breathing not far from my ear. He pushes his bangs back and back again and again. Are you gonna drink it? I'm just waiting for it to cool down. Clearly a melted tooth, duh. Melted tooth. That's a big ass tooth. Oh. More hand wringing. Sorry, it's a bit of a method in here. I don't have company often. That's fine. It's my fault anyway, coming over unannounced. Elephant tooth? Sure. I can see his stockinged feet curl against each other atop the carpet. It makes the muscles of his mangly legs lurch beneath the skin. You were worried about me? He repeats the same question from earlier. I pause in the middle of blowing on my coffee. Yeah, I tried calling, but you didn't answer. I even left a message. He brings his hands to his knees, gaze pointed downward. Pretty wild party yesterday, huh? Not sure I'd call it wild, but it was fun, yeah. Nice to get out a bit. Yeah. The side of Orlam's mouth twitches. A pause. Then, surprised you're not with Gidget. Huh? Why's that? I figured you'd go console her. Girls are the most vulnerable when they're upset, you know? His eyes widen. I roll my eyes. All the more reason for me not to go then. Takes a sip of coffee. Me and vulnerable don't mix. You're kinda weird, you know that, Iggy? Oh, I am weird. I, of course, hit up the bars often. You know me, party and all. Once I start, I just can't stop. Wouldn't have expected any less. Must have like 10 girls hitting on me. Absolutely voracious, this one. The sexiest girls you've ever seen. Oh yeah? 2 of them even wanted to have a threesome with me, but I had to refuse. Bed's not big enough, you know? But I'm thinking of getting a remodel. Something that screams me. A real love shack kind of thing. It's like, do we ruin it? Do we, you know, shit on this party here, on his clear bullshitting? Gosh, why is he trying to be cool? What he thinks is cool. He clearly doesn't get it, At least not from the sexiest ladies. Let's call him, you know, let him bullshit? Sure, why not? Sounds pretty sweet. Doesn't it though? I'd be like the talk of the town. I could bring people home every night. I mean, not that I don't already. My place is basically Grand Central Station. When this bed's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. You should see me. You'd honestly be jealous. I'm basically a god of the night scene. He's getting really excited now, his words coming out faster and faster, almost as though he can't stop them. Guys, gals, everybody wants some of this, you know what I mean? Oh, guys too? His eyes twitches. He frowns, looks away, then smiles. I mean, I am what I am. I am who I... fuck, I mean, who am I to say no, huh? You know how it is. I stare at him a moment longer, not saying anything. Then finally take another sip of my coffee. He leans in close, his eyes growing wide as he watches me drink. I pause, slowly turn towards him, one eyebrow raised. He sits back, claps his hands, unclaps them. Do you want something to eat? I could order something. I'm fine, really. I look at him for a moment, really look at him. From the greasy points of his scraggly bangs to the greenish twinge of his cheeks to the way his knobby knees keeps knocking against mine. Orlam, I finally say, are you seriously okay? He blinks, Take your time when you read. I shall. Laughs. What are you talking about? Except that in the next instant, his body lurches forward and his hand goes to his mouth. The sudden movement makes me jerk backwards, spilling about half my coffee up into my shirt. Excuse me, he manages before abruptly sliding off the bed and racing for the bathroom. What the fuck? I don't even have to mind the coffee. I set the mug down to the floor and take off after him. Don't read too hard. We don't want you to hurt yourself. I know you guys can see the sizzling coming from my ears, you know? Steam blaring out whenever I read sentences in specific words. Like the thing with the coffee every damn time. Then reached the door just in time to see him throw up the contents of his stomach into the toilet bowl. The boy's not doing fine at all. Probably doesn't even have insurance, poor fuck. Yeah, it sounds awful. Each heave a horrific gag that sounds like it's ripping his throat open. His shoulders shudder from the force of it. Fuck. He definitely drank too much. Probably got home, started drinking. After a minute or so, the convulsions begin to die down, and his body slumps down onto the toilet seat, head hanging half into the bowl. That or he's like hella sick. Sick with something. I don't know what to say. So I don't say anything. Instead, I kneel down next to him, one hand to his back. I can feel the knobs of his spine through his rumpled shirt as I rub up and down. And when he sits back, vomit, saliva, and snot dripping down his face and shin, his whole body shivering. The color in the bowl is worrying, a horrible greenish brown. Hey, come on, I finally say, pulling him over toward the wall. I sink to my seat, and he slumps against my shoulder. It's quiet. I feel genuinely bad. I too have had my vomit very bad stuff moments. I fucking hate vomiting. With a passion. That's why I'm very careful about how much I drink these days. It's quiet. Quiet except for the occasional sniff, the occasional hiccup. There's a towel half wadded, half hanging from the rack just a short ways overhead, so I grab it and use it to wipe at his mouth and shin. Alcoholics? Maybe a little bit. You're fine now. For some reason, this makes him smile, chuckle. I see him bite down on his lip, hard. I did it to myself, you know? It's barely more than a whisper. I don't say anything at first. Then, what do you mean? Another chuckle. This one sends a gooey chunk down his shin. It's satisfying somehow, watching all of that come pouring out of me, like I'm washing myself clean. I'm frozen now, and one hand to his back, the other is still clutching the towel. It's the only way to make all the bad thoughts go away. Fuck. I close my eyes, open them again. Fuck. My mind jumps back to the bleach? Yeah, bleach on the table. Fuck, Orlam, you can't. It's worth every time I see him. He cuts me off. Oh boy, okay, he's drinking the bleach, it seems. And those chunks that he vomits up might be chunks of him. Hopefully they're not. Hopefully they're chunks of food. The smile fades, twisting downward, and I can see his lip trembling. Every time, I hope it'll be different, but it's always the same. All those feelings rushing back. He brings his hand to his head, fingers digging into his scalp as though trying to scoop something out. I wish I would just die. My grip on his shoulder tightens. You don't mean that. Who is he talking about? Genzo? Genzo had certainly given him a lot of shit over the years, but had it been that? that bad? Guilt tugs at my conscience. I hadn't been the angel of innocence either, never telling Genzo to stop. I'd sometimes even gone along with him just for the laughs. And then when Orlam's mom had died, when she'd killed herself, I winced. I still remember the day he'd come back to school after that. Genzo had gone over to him, face a picture of worry and arms outstretched. And Orlam, for the first time, I'd seen this little glimmer of happiness in Orlam's eyes, even through the bleakened tears. And then Genzo had grabbed the back of his shirt collar, jerked it upwards like a noose around his neck, imitating the music from Psycho and saying suicide was genetic. Fuck. Maybe things had been worse than I remembered. I look down at Orlam's hunched form and feel this sort of weird heat building up in the base of my belly. Anger. Anger at myself. Anger at Genzo. Anger at life in general. I'm not normally an angry person. Probably the exact opposite, actually. A little too easygoing. A little too blasé about things. Blase, blasé. I do not know. But that thought just fuels my anger. Because maybe if I hadn't been like that, maybe if I'd actually done something or said something, things might not have ended like this. This is kind of fucked up. Let's go eat some people. Whenever in times of needing to cope, just cannibalize somebody. I kneed my own thumb into Orlam's shoulder with a sigh. He gives a little hiccup, his back jumping. No one's, a cough, ever done anything like this for me before. Worked for Orlam. You know what? You're not lying. He glances back at me with a smile, and for a second, I see the old Orlam, the high school Orlam from that photo, who might have still been a jumpy, mousy, whiny little thing, but at least when he'd smiled at you, there'd been some genuine joy and happiness behind it. I return the smile, pull him. Sorry, I knocked my microphone stand, and pull him in against my side with a squeeze. Hey, what are friends for? I get back to my apartment a bit before bedtime or dinner time, but you talked about eating on my brain as like, dinner time. I mean, bedtime. That doesn't make sense. I'm fucking everywhere. Or bullying. Yep, bullying. I get back to my apartment a bit before dinner time, but even back in the safe familiarity of my home, I can't stop thinking about Orlam. I told him to call me if he needed anything, even if just to talk. But I have no idea if he's actually going to take me up on it. I feel like I should be doing something, telling someone. But who? And would it even help? I don't know. I just don't know. I sit at my desk and rub at my eyes, belly a tumbling froth of guilt, uncertainty, and anger. The anger's still there, like a simmering soup, just beneath my consciousness. I stare at my computer monitor, not comprehending the text on the screen. I need to work. I'm so behind at this point. And yet, somehow I just don't care. It seems so pointless. What will doing any of this accomplish? A new appy for James Addleston? James Addleston can go fuck himself. I push back from my desk and stand up. Maybe I'll play a game. I wander over to my shelves. I have a few that I've started already. One that I got tired of grinding in, so I'm stalled out right before the final boss. A few dozen I've bought, but just haven't gotten around to playing yet. but they all seem like so much work. I'm not in the mood to try jumping back into a story I've half forgotten, nor am I in the mood to start something new. I let my fingers fall from the shelf. Maybe I'll watch TV. After grabbing myself a bowl of peanut butter ice cream from the fridge, I plop myself down on the couch and jam my thumb into the remote. There's gotta be something good. I can't take it anymore. I never thought I would stray from you, Natasha, and I can't control myself when I think of you. I must have you. Oh, Clark, I need you inside of me. What am I reading, bro? Okay, well, glad we skipped through that, you know? Couldn't have been quicker about that. She's still the one for you, and Chalice for daily use lets you be ready for any time the moment is right. Last week on Big Male Sibling, things got hot and heavy when Veronica and Cornelius found themselves alone in the hot tub. I let the spoon pop up and down between my lips. The fish change games. Clark Kent. Then switch over to Netflix and start the Shawshank Redemption for probably 100th time. I descend further and further into the couch throughout the course of the movie, until by the time the credits were rolling, I'm slumped over with one leg propped up in the back of, and one hand hanging over the side, barely keeping its grip on my empty ice cream bowl. Damn, it's not even that late. How am I so tired? I can't help but feel like there's something I was supposed to do. Something important I should have been thinking about. Yeah, but even that feeling is quickly drifting away. My eyes droop. Somehow my half-lidded gaze goes towards my messenger bag, slumped against the far wall. Wait, why is it? I swear I see it move. But I'm too tired. Too tired to care. Right now, all I want to do is sleep. I end up dreaming. I'm in the woods and someone's calling me. I chase after the voice in the darkness, but every time I think I'm getting close, it comes from a different direction. Iggy. I run faster, the branches whipping at my face and the roots underfoot threatening to send me tumbling into the dirt. I'm here, Iggy. The ghost of Christmas past. I run and run and run. Run until the forest seems to open up in front of me. My gaze travels upward. Up, up, up. Higher and higher. Something's here. Something huge. My breath catches and I take a stumbling step backward. Defeat it. Defeat it? How the hell am I supposed to defeat this thing? It's the size of a house. I hear it snort. See it rear back. Then something's coming at me. I barely have time to leap out of the way, and I hit the ground with a bone-crunching thud that takes my breath away and makes my vision swirl. There's no way. What am I supposed to... fuck you, ghost, Iggy. Basically. And I feel something in my hand. And when I glance down, I see a doll. A tiny doll. Just sitting there limp in my palm, its button eyes staring up at me. This is... In that moment, it sits up. First its limbs jerk to life, then its back raises, its head lolling forward. It looks me straight in the eyes. Please kill me, Iggy. Who's me? Okay. I gasp and sit up. Only now I'm back on the couch and the sun is reflecting off the window straight into my eyes. I groan. Fuck. My body feels like was stuffed in a trash compactor, and my ears are killing me from sleeping with my glasses on. I rub at my eyes, taking a moment to collect myself, then check my phone. 10:06. Damn, I slept a long time. And there's a nice big splash on the front of my shirt from where I must have spilled ice cream last night. I cringe, then drag myself to the bathroom to clean myself up. That was you saying that? As I'm showering, I remember Orlam. Sorry for spoiling, it's fine. He hasn't contacted me since yesterday. Not that he needed to, but still. The thought sends anxious tugs of worry up and down inside my belly. I should check in on him. So once I'm done and back in the kitchen to start the comforting preparations of coffee, I pull up my phone and give him a ring. It cuts to voicemail after the fifth dial tone. I nod at the inside of my cheek. The bubbles of worry are starting to turn into a froth. I try twice more, once after another 30 minutes, then again after forcing myself to wait a few minutes shy of an hour. Fuck. Didn't he say he misplaced his phone yesterday? He probably just hasn't found it yet. After a whole day? Surely by now he's found it. Maybe he's sleeping. But it's afternoon already. I scratch at the back of my neck so hard I wince. Something's wrong. Before I even fully comprehend what I'm doing, I'm grabbing my shoes and keys and headed for the door. I just know I won't be able to think clearly until I make sure he's okay. Orlam? My knock sounds uncomfortably loud in the empty hallway. Orlam, it's Iggy again. But there's no response. Even after 4-5 knocks, it remains shut. When I push past the discomfort of looking like some kind of stalker to press my ear to the door, I hear nothing. No sound of shuffling, no coughing, no padded footsteps. Fuck. I let my forehead rest against the wood paneling. In my mind, I see him splayed out across the bathroom floor in a puddle of blood. Ridiculous. Orlan would never... I knock again, more frantic this time. Orlam? Orlam, please, if you can hear me, make a noise or something. My ear goes back to the door. Straining. But there's still nothing. Chances are he's already in Wonderland. Probably there. Not a single peep. And so I do the only thing I can think of doing. So I do the only thing I can think of to do. I swallow my building social anxiety and march down the main office of the apartment building. It's a small office, not much more than a desk, some shelves, and a few cupboards. The shelves are full of packages, no doubt waiting to be picked up by the apartment residents. There's a woman inside, reading a magazine at the desk. She looked like she's in her 20s, though perhaps a rough 20s. Her eyes look tired and her posture reeks of complete surrender to apathy. She barely looks up at my entrance. I tap the tips of my fingers together, all of a sudden losing the initial gumption I had on my trek over. Her gaze wanders back up. She blinks. Can I help you? Yes, it's just that my friend lives here. He's not answering the door and I'm worried about him. She stares at me for a moment, then returns to her magazine. Sucks to be you then. I press my lips together, brows flattening. You don't understand. I really need to get in there. And I need a sugar daddy to get me out of this place. That won't be happening anytime soon, hun. Something snapped inside me, and I bring my hands down on my desk a little harder than I meant to. He might have killed himself. This makes her stop. She settles down the magazine and gives me an incredulous one-over. Then sighs. God, this is not what I needed today. What's the apartment number? 418. She pulls out a manila folder and from one of the desk drawers, and she pulls out a manila folder from one of the desk drawers and begins rifling through it, slides out a form, studies it for a moment. Then, oh my god, that creepy little fucker? I laugh. I assume he didn't have any friends. I bring a hand up to scratch at my arm awkwardly. He's so gross. Gives me the heebie-jeebies every time he comes in to pick up a package. I scratch harder, to the point I can feel the skin cells building up beneath my fingernails. Also good for Gelato finally talking to women. We're not talking to a woman. Iggy is talking to a woman. Would probably do the world a favor if he offed himself. You know, I'd really appreciate it if you canned the commentary, I finally spit out. She just rolls her eyes, then swivels back around and to the locked file cabinet behind the desk. I bite down on my tongue to keep from saying anything more as I watch her comb through the maintenance keys. You are talking to her. No, Iggy's talking to her. She must find the right set because she stands up and grabs her phone, stuffing it in her back pocket, and as she leads me back out into the hallway. Whatever, let's get this over with. Once back at Orlam's door, the nervousness renews its stance across my neck. What's taking her so long? Now she's going from key to key to key, taking what feels like hours to inspect each one. I shift my weight to the right, to the left, wiping the cold sweat dapping the skin on my forehead and throat. Oh yeah, duh, she says with a laugh, then pushes one of the keys into the lock. It opens with a dull click. I bump the door open the rest of the way before she even has a chance to pull the key back out. Orlam? With 2 large steps, I'm inside. The clutter is the same as yesterday, along with the smell. I rub my fingers inside my damp palms, looking around. Orlam, are you here? The room is empty. I make a beeline for the bathroom, bracing myself for just a moment before pushing the door open and swishing on the light. There's nothing. He's not here. Just a towel on the floor that I cleaned him up with yesterday. I shuffle back out, check the kitchen, but it's equally as empty. Nothing and no one home. My brows sink in confused worry. He's not here. Damn, and here I was hoping I could at least go home with a story. The apartment woman is leaning up against the door frame, her gaze wandering the room, her lips curl in thinly veiled disgust. Maybe there's some kind of note. Maybe he left something. I run a hand through my hair, attention turning toward the desk. Not my problem. Saves me the cleanup if he did it somewhere else, she says with a huff and pushes away from the frame. But if you want to keep looking, knock yourself out. Like I care what happens to this fucker's place. I watch her walk away, jaw tight. How could she just... I feel my fingers curl towards my palm with a shuddering twitch. But ultimately, the feelings fade and my shoulders slump. I toe the door shut and begin searching the room. The desk, the bed, the kitchen table. There's nothing. Not a hint of anything that might tell me where he is. Everything looks exactly the same as yesterday. I try calling his phone one last time, somehow hoping that maybe this time it'll work. That this time he'll answer and ask why the hell I've been calling him so many times. But upon the first ring, a springly ringtone breaks the silence of the room. What the... I follow the sound, and I kneel down, and pulled his phone out from underneath the bed. I just stare at it for a moment before clicking it off. The screen jumps back to the main menu with its background photo of a brown, droopy-eared rabbit. Well, Eh, do we invade his privacy or do we just leave it be? I don't know, guys. I mean, we already can guesstimate he's in Wonderland because, you know, him and Gidget are, what's the second option? Leave it be? My throat is drying up. My mouth is drying up. My everything's drying up. Look. Sure, why not? Why not? Let's take a gander. I pause, looking down at it for just a moment. I wince, bite down on my tongue. It feels wrong, but at the same time, what if there's some kind of clue or hint? I mean, you never know, right? So with a twinge of guilt, start dancing along the back of my neck, I start swiping through his apps. The first page is mostly just games, social media stuff, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook. Ugh. Candy Cudgel, Farm Progress Show, a couple of anime-style icons that could either be gacha or dating sims. I swipe to the next page. It's full of hookup apps. Tinder, Blender, Grinder, Blender. Never heard of that one. And even someone's I've never heard of, like Refund and Fields. I scratch my head, starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. Blender hookup? Listen, the man's clearly is fiending for something in life. I'm almost scared to swipe to the next page, and I instinctively hold my breath. Oh, just Tumblr. Well, that wasn't super helpful. Who is this? Look at you, fool. There we go. Little bot had to be destroyed. He rarely seems to have any notifications either, just the missed calls from me. Nothing else. It feels a bit sad, actually. All these hookup apps, yet they're all silent. I chew on the inside of my cheek. And then toss the phone down on the bed. Hey, at least the guy's trying. Compared to me, I ain't even trying to get any. Somehow I feel even worse. I sink to the floor, back against the bed, and knees folded up against my chest. I don't know what to do. I don't know where he is. He could be... I don't let myself finish that thought. Instead, I just sit there, arms wrapped around my knees, and wondering how the hell it could have gotten this bad without anyone noticing. I think to Genzo, to the 5 of us, to the apartment lady. Her words still sting in the back of my brain. Orlam's not gross, is he? A little. He's just different. He could definitely use a hand, I'll tell you that much. He's been needing a hand for quite a while, and he really needs someone to tell him to tone it down with the whole I definitely get laid thing. Like, I get it, man, but... like, listen. We'll just get over that hill, and the process of normal life can begin. It doesn't really fit in. Kinda like me. I stared down at my shoes. Somehow it flown mostly underneath my radar. While he'd gotten the brunt of it, I hadn't exactly been the greatest friend to him growing up. None of us had. But we'd had our moments, hadn't we? I'd like to think that. I don't know where else to go. I didn't know where else to go. I closed my eyes. Is it okay if I stay here for a little while? When had that been? 4th grade? I don't remember. Orlam's standing in the front porch, looking like he's just crawled out of an alley somewhere. It's hot, hotter than normal for April, and beads of sweat dot his forehead along his hairline. It sure is a rumpled mess, and his eyes is surrounded by a deep red circle. I can see parts of it already starting to transition into purple. I glance back in my house. My mom is in the kitchen ironing and watching TV, then step out in the porch. What happened? I sniffed and wiped my nose. I'm getting over a cold. Orlam glances left, right, tugs at his rat tail. I fell. Oh, why can't you go home? Another cringe. My dad's mad. Oh. We stand there a moment, not saying anything. Finally, I jerk a thumb back in the direction of the house. We can play in my room, I guess. Really? This brings out a smile. And he grows instantly shy. Okay. Mom, Orlam's here. We're gonna play in my room. I shout as we start back in and up the stairs. Poor Orlam, yeah. Dinner's in an hour, right here, right before the door closes behind us. And that, I'm gonna leave it here for now, actually. It's been 4 hours. Quite the tale, and we're digging more into Orlam's side of the story, Getting to know him, finally. You're gonna leave it here? Yes, I will. I will very much. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, I think now. I mean, it's 4 hours, man. Boo, shut up. Shut up, you guys aren't the ones streaming. I need to consume food. And, Booladdle, fuck you. I got things to do, unfortunately. Things to do, like eat and contact a compatriot of mine. Man, fuck this guy. No, fuck you. Hey, you and Viewbot do whatever you want. That was fun, though. And in terms of, like, learning about the story and whatnot, didn't inherently have, much to say. Just that, like, shit's depressing, bro. Shit's just depressing. I really do hope there's a way for a happy ending. I really do, because fuck. Anyhow, I bid thee farewell, my kindred. I hope you'll have a great rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights, wherever and whenever you are. May the gods bless you, may the stars shine in your honor, and I will not shut up. You will hear about it whenever you say something like that again. And actually, we can do a little raid. I mean, it's just 2 people, but just a little raid. There's only... Scratch is not on, but I is on, so let's see. How do I do this again? Me when I don't know how to do a thing. There we have it. There she is. Alright, folks. You all say hi. You all be nice. Don't get too freaky. I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we'll go at this in a... probably the day after tomorrow. We'll play this game again. See you guys around.